That's anticlimactic. Thanks, Sinsuchi. And welcome to Master Swan Open number 89. Actually, the first amateur tournament of 2025 on CranKy Ducklings. It's been a while. It's been an entire month of 2025 already. We're already well into February. And yeah, we are back. Master Swan Open is back. As a reminder for those who might be joining us for the first time, this is a monthly tournament up to 4.7k MMR. And yeah, we have our first two players. We will be starting... Ah god, I didn't look at the colors, did I? We will be starting with a red Protoss, spawning in the top right corner of ley lines. It is from Finland, CostPhoenix. And across the map we have his opponent. It is from Australia, the orange Terran, DizzyDwarf. Representing Jedi Knights. So yeah, welcome one and all to our monthly tournament. I see a bunch of familiar faces in the chat. We have Aistan, we have Tshi, we have Noam Chomsky, PBQ, Easyfield, and others as well. Also yes, the raiding is a thing. Look, the raiding is one thing. Actually, hold on. I think I disabled that because for a while you could gift a Twitch sub to anyone, right? I think I changed it to like only the channels I follow. Oh, as Wog is being a bit tricky. I think I changed it to only channels I follow, but yeah, I would get just subs to absolutely random channels. I had no idea what they were, which is probably from the raids as well. So yeah, the raid thing is definitely something that happens. You know, starting in one stream, falling asleep, and waking like 4 streams over. You have no idea what's going on. That does happen. I mean, ooh, CostPhoenix is actually pulling his workers. The Stalker was not in position to defend from this Reaper. I thought the Reaper was still on the way, but no. It's already in the base, and with this bunker, it will be chilling here in the natural. Of course, as we know, salvage is not really a thing in this situation, because you cannot really salvage a bunker that's on fire. But nonetheless, that will be very annoying to deal with. Is it me or is the game kind of quiet? It is kind of quiet. These two Stalkers and I said you will try to destroy this bunker. The Stalker is actually getting pretty low. Yeah, Wok sees that. He tries to hunt down the Stalker, but isn't quite able to get it. But while, I mean, the Reapers may not be doing direct damage, like all this mining time, all these probes are just sitting here doing nothing. Just, you know, folded away from the Reapers. Another Reaper makes it to the bunker. We have a full bunker, of course, one of them is a CV. Yeah, this is a big delay on the economy of CostPhoenix. Oh, hold on. I just remembered something I haven't done in a while. Predictions! Predictions are of course for the fall best of 3, so it still works. Okay, it's already pretty low, but it is now being repaired. The first Stalker does fall. Ooh, the second Stalker does fall as well. And yeah, Wok is trying to handle the third one, but I mean, with shield batteries, it's not that easy anymore. So Wok decides to give up on the bunker idea, goes to the main base instead, where there are no units now. The Voyager is about to be finished and is scouted by Wok too. Surprisingly, not many probes are falling, despite the 3 Reapers and, you know, noble units. Only 2 probes actually die. Oh, is this what I think this is? And a fleet beacon on the way for CostPhoenix, so we are definitely staying with the Skytos for the time being. Meanwhile, while this was happening, what is Wok doing? He has set up his natural base. He has set up his production, going for the biome mine, it looks like. No starport, right? Yeah, we don't have a starport. So we have the first CC before starport, but we have 3 racks. Now the second wave from Wok is coming in with Hellions this time. There is of course no wall in the natural, so the units are just rolling in and they go straight into the main base. Ooh, now the probes are actually being BBQ'd. Ooh, so many probes are going down. I mean, the entire army of Wok does 2, but 16 probes, that's an entire mineral line completely destroyed. And as we remember, like, it was already a rough start for CostPhoenix with all that lost mining time on the beginning, so losing Grow focus. Entire mineral line. It's definitely not something that CostPhoenix wanted to happen there. What am I seeing here? Oh, are those widow mines? What the heck? That is such a good spot. They're like almost invisible. Crazy. More widow mines coming in. I mean, I actually don't remember. Do widow mines, like, are 2 widow mines killing a void ray? Because they do kill an oracle, but void ray? I don't know if they do. Void ray may be a bit much. Iker is so silent. I hope I'm not silent. I hope I am at least somewhat hearable. Ooh, the mothership just goes in. I completely missed that. I saw the mothership building, but I didn't realize that CostPhoenix actually did fly over. And he recalled an entire army here as well. Fortunately for Wok, he does have marines here, he does have widow mines, but is that enough? I mean, there's no detection. He would have to scan. He scans once, but how many scans does he still have? Oh, I guess the ability runs out on mothership, and now, yeah, the marines are just able to overpower it. Wok will be taking game number 1. Sorry that I hope I am hearable on stream, but do let me know. I know that my like general stream settings are a little bit lower than lights, and I'm honestly not quite sure how to fix that. I'm a little bit afraid to put too much gain on my mic. But try to add some. How about this? I'll go with this for now. Probably could get more. How's this? Okay, we'll go with this for now. And then we'll see. Okay, we're setting up the lobby. What is happening to my casting tool? Oh, that's better. It's been a while since I streamed. No game background music? I hear it. Is it just that low? I guess I put it up a little bit. Let's see what happens. Okay. Jeff. Let's go. For game number 2. Game number 2 is on Frostline, of course. That is the pick of CostPhoenix, as we do feature losers pick for our amateur tournaments. Okay. So welcome to Frostline LE, where in the bottom left corner we have the first of our players. It is the red Protoss player from Finland. It's CostPhoenix. And across the map we have his opponents. It is the orange Terran player, currently up 1-0 in the series. From Australia, representing Jedi Knights, it's Wok. Must be cold there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw Wok saying yesterday in one of the discords how it's still summer in Australia, so it's just very hard to comprehend that it may be winter in other places in the world. Crazy. Our beautiful swan in the middle of the map. Because this time CostPhoenix is sending a worker. I mean, I think he sent one the last time as well. Just to harass a bit, just to scout. Also, I mean, I guess we have to mention that, because when somebody, I would say from Europe, like center to Northern Europe, or Europe even in general, if somebody says that it's not cold, that may still be cold for an Australian, okay? Just saying. Because when you are in winter, and it's usually like, you know, below 0 temperatures, or it should be, let's not talk about that, but let's assume it's like around 0 constantly, and then you get weather where it's like 5+ or like 8+, that is very warm suddenly. Even though for somebody like you know, when you go from like 25 or 30 to 5, that doesn't seem all that warm. So just saying, everything is relative. There's music, but it's quiet. Okay. Could bump it up a bit more. Then once again we have that Reaper, and CostPhoenix once again is pulling the workers. I don't know if that's a good idea, actually. It looked for a moment like he was trying to surround the Reaper, but didn't quite go through with it. But as we noticed, CostPhoenix has a different idea for this game, has a robo proxied across the map. Very interesting choice there. Let me bump the game a little bit. Maybe not that much. And then hold on. Then I'm gonna change this. Okay, let's see how that does. So we're waiting to see what comes out of the robo facility. I guess it will be Immortals, right? As Wok is still trying to execute that chat rush. Stalkers are seeing the Marines, sniping the first one, and yeah, the Immortal is on the way. I don't think Wok is aware of this. He thinks that this is just harassment, but at the same time, he did evacuate his natural. Ooh, the Reaper gets sniped as well. Suddenly, this is a pretty nice start there from CostPhoenix. Of course, there was no harassing bunker this time, so the mineral lines are looking much better. Ooh, that fresh mule will be an easy prey there for the Stalkers. Now the Immortal is out. The Wok sees what is happening. Ooh, but that is a lot of Marines and the focus fire is pretty strong. There is no support here from shield batteries or anything. So those units actually do go down pretty easily. Okay, we have a gateway for reinforcements and we have Robo Bay at home as well. Okay, shield is triggered, so the Immortal will be saved, but I think another Stalker might have fallen. Yeah, Wok is forced to evacuate his entire base, but he still has quite a few Marines and he's producing out of 3 barracks at the same time. He's working on his combat shield, working on the concussive shells, so... I mean, it is definitely a formidable army, so... CostPhoenix is able to deny the base, which is great, but I don't think he will be able to do anything more. Yeah, the army is moving out and CostPhoenix realizes that this may be a very rough fight. See, he has to move back. But both Immortals go down and so will all the Stalkers. He's moving back to the proxy point, but I'm not sure if that is a good idea because it reveals the proxy to Wok. That Colossus may finish actually because Wok is focused on chasing the army, but yeah, now he sees. And that Colossus is in so much danger, it will be quickly focused. Oh, but it's actually moving away. Able to get a few nice shots on the Marines, but I don't think that's enough. And the Stalkers will try to finish the job, picking off the very hurt Marines, but the proxy is now done. The proxy is being cleared up, and the army of CostPhoenix is no more. Phoenix has to rebuild the army, he has to rebuild the Robo. There are actually no defenses here. Yeah, he has 3 Zealots, the ones that he just warped in. There are no defenses in the base of CostPhoenix. So if Wok decides to move out anytime soon, it may be very risky there for our Protoss player. Winter does not exist in Australia. I mean, technically it does, but it's not the same as like European winter. And I would say like, even in Europe, I think like in the southern parts, like it's more similar to Australia in climate, in the terms of temperature. Not the same, but similar, where like I also think they don't have very cold winters. But yes, I remember looking it up for like somewhere in the Sydney area. We looked up like the lowest registered temperature, so like, you know, at all, and it was like +2 degrees. And we're like, oh, okay. For those who don't know, in Poland, for example, we can get like -15 in winter, but that is very rare. Like, it happens, but it's very rare. Like, nowadays it's more around 0. Like, -5 max. We've been getting some warm winters lately. Let's find some more time to chat, as he is now ready to move out, and Spy Army is moving across the map with the assist of 2 Medivacs. We have 1 Colossus now for CostPhoenix, and the second one is on the way. The Robo is very forward though, so it may get sniped. Thermal Lance did finish, I believe. Ooh, but Colossus gets quickly sniped as it stands a bit too far forward, and the Marines are steaming in, the Zealots are falling, the second Colossus pops out. That will definitely be a great asset here. But it doesn't look like it's enough. The Marauders tank the damage from the Colossus and there's no supporting army here. The probes are pulled to try to deal with this army, and it looks like they will try to... No, I don't think that will be enough. The Colossus is trying to dance for its life, but it eventually falls down. And with that, the last warping of the Zealots will try to clean this up. I mean, CostPhoenix is barely cleaning it up. It's like, you know, last unit standing, but I think with the drop micro from Walk, it is enough. Yeah, the Robo even gets unpowered, so no more Colossus are coming, and that GG is called, and Walk will be taking game number 2 and the entire series. So GG for Walk. Nicely done there. And I guess we have a moment to look at the brackets. Let me make sure that that should do. Okay, let's look at our bracket. Please tell me that it has... Okay, it works. Good. I was afraid that I didn't set it up correctly. But anyway, we have Walk taking down CostPhoenix, and it looks like this is the first result we have on the bracket. So we have Walk in the quarterfinals currently. He is waiting for the winner between Zigur and Lika. Lika, of course, or Lika, is also another caster. Has casted our Sparkling Tunaka before, and it looks like it is something that they're planning to do in the future. And Zigur, also known as Mar, also known as Samir Duran, is definitely a regular in our tournaments. We also have Abatur versus Stray. Abatur also organizes tournaments, I believe. Stray, I don't know quite who that is. I'm not familiar. That is a new player to our events, I believe. And the winner of that will be going up against DizzyDwarf. DizzyDwarf definitely one of the favorites in this tournament. Meanwhile, we just got the result. Chanz takes down Zerktanis 2-0 and will be waiting for their opponent as well. And they are waiting for either Beast or Move. 2 European players. So we had 2 Australian players versus 2 European players, and they will be meeting in the quarterfinals. Chanz, of course, also a regular in the chat, and a supporter of our events, has donated to quite a few as well. Meanwhile, we have the true favorite of the tournament, Captain Fish, going up against Tricky. That series looks like it's still ongoing. And the winner of that will be going against Undertaker. If you remember, Undertaker did appear in the previous Master Swan Open in December and was able to get to the finals. Met DizzyDwarf in the finals. DizzyDwarf did take that series in the end, but still, that was a pretty nice showing from Undertaker, so I'm definitely looking forward to what they can do. Here in New Zealand, it gets as low as -9 on very rare occasions. Yeah, that's more like what we get here. And 37 was the highest ever. I don't actually know what was the highest in Poland. I don't think we ever got to 40. I think it must have been like 30 something. Yes, Psychons is a hobbit, confirmed. And in the meantime, it looks like we have our next series. Looks like Zigur did take down Lika. 2-0. So we will take a probably like 2-minute break, and after that we will be back with our series. So stay tuned. And welcome to Master Swan Open number 89, as we are now in quarterfinals, and we are looking at the bottom left corner of Talisman. This is a non-standard map. This is a map that we added to this map pool, and it is replacing one of the old maps. And as we saw, we will experience it together with our players, because it does not look like they are very familiar with it. Well, and in the bottom left corner of said map we have the first of our players. It is the purple Zerg player from Platinum Heroes. It's Zigur. And across the map it is his opponent. It is the orange Terran player representing Jedi Knights. It is Walk. Okay, interesting approach to the map. Walk is starting with double racks on the natural ramp. Look, I'm actually new to this map as well. I have seen it a few times, but I still don't remember all of his features. It of course has this little nice ramp towards the half gold base, I guess. I guess you can call it a half gold. I mean, the middle structure is a little weird here, but you know, it is a thing. Meanwhile, yep, Zigur is going for what he likes to do, which is pull first into double hatch, few Zerglings, and then usually he just drones up as long as he can. Not always though, sometimes he goes for roaches, for example. But generally the gasless opening is definitely his favorite. Looks like he decided against moving out because he saw those free Raxes with the Overlord. He sees all of those free Raxes producing and he knows that he will need those units back at home. The first of the Reapers, as this is a free Rax Reaper, first of the Reapers is already across the map. And because Zigur opens gasless, he does not have speed yet. It's not even on the horizon. He still needs to mine the resources for it. Meanwhile, we have 3 Reapers already. Trying to look for the best position. The Queen is there to help, but yeah, the slow links are not ideal. They are enough to keep them off the cliffs though. Second Queen is out. Third one is on the way. Ooh, some of the links unfortunately get caught in the rally. Ooh, some of the Reapers are actually getting pretty low, but Zigur is losing a lot of Zerglings to this. He just now has enough gas to start speed. He's not doing it yet though. He's focused on the defense. Now the speed is starting. It will be a while before it's done, but 3 Queens are definitely very helpful here. Some nice grenades there. There's a lot of links that... Yeah, the Queens already reached the amount of energy where they can transfuse each other, so that is definitely helpful. Oh my god. Reapers attacking a hatchery is not something you see very commonly nowadays. Also, predictions! There you go. One day I will remember. It's fine. It's all fine. I also didn't update the title. Everything is falling apart. The Zigur just has to survive, has to hold his bases until that speed is done. I mean, again, he has a lot of Zerglings. And, I mean, Walk has not been able to dive into the natural base despite the lack of speed. Like, looks like the numbers are just enough to keep him at bay. Just a few more seconds for speed to finish. The Zerglings are just dancing with the Reapers for now. And now the speed is done. And Zigur will try to surround these Reapers. A few grenades are thrown down. And they definitely help. A lot of chaos is ensuing, and eventually the Zerglings are cleaned up. Their grenades were enough. Zigur has to remake his army. But does he have the time to do so? I mean, the Queens are trying to help. That hatchery will actually be going down to Reapers, believe it or not. How many Reapers do we have? We are currently at 13. And now the drones are in danger. I mean, this is more than a one-shot, this is overkill on those drones. More Zerglings are streaming in, but they go right into the arms of the Reapers. The Queen goes down. One Queen is trying to still defend this natural base, but it's not enough. Drones will be falling. Another Queen is going down the ramp. But, I mean, the entire Millionaire has been cleaned up, the hatchery has been lost. And there are no units. Walk just overpowers Zigur here. Zigur is still trying to fight till the end, but GG is called, and Walk will be taking game number 1. GG for Walk. I mean, he did say that he didn't know the map, and I don't know if it was because of that or if he was planning to do this anyway, but yeah, just 3 Rax Reaper, very strong strategy there. And I almost want to say a bit of a build order snipe. I don't know how familiar Walk is with Zigur, but Zigur really likes those gasless openings. So I don't know if he was aware of that or if it was more of like, you know, a chance, a pure luck. But yeah, he was able to overpower Zigur there. I mean, a lot of good micro as well, like he almost did get surrounded by the Zerglings, so very nicely done there by Walk, and yeah, he will be taking game number 1. So I see people talking in the chat. Yeah, if again, because I see someone mentioning that like, oh, they didn't have like the budget, you know, to subscribe this month. That is perfectly fine. Just so you know, like we always put it out there that only like support, only like subscribe to like Patreon or Twitch if you have the funds for it. Like definitely don't put our channel in front of your own life needs. Like, budgets can be tough, and, you know, we wouldn't want someone to get in trouble because of that. So, but if you are able to support us, then feel free. As we do have our map now. I see someone in the YouTube chat saying that Walk been watching Uthermal videos. Oh, I don't actually know that Uthermal has a build on that. Feel free to let us know what the build is. Is it just 3x or is it anything specific? Yeah, CostPhoenix, don't worry. Aistan is the pun master. In the absence of Steel Mold, Aistan has took the mantle to make a pun out of everything. Really, once Aistan and Steel Mold get in the same chat, that's when we get in trouble. If you want to see that, do check out our Discord, as that does happen sometimes. Anyway, we are now on Ultralove, so a bit more standard map here, map that is currently in the map pool on ladder. And we are in the top right corner of the map where we have our purple Zerg player representing Platinum Heroes. It is Zigur. And across the map we have the orange Terran player representing Jedi Knights. It is Walk. We see what the plan is here. I mean, this time he does go for the more regular wall on the high ground in the natural base. And Zigur is he's actually a little bit, I don't want to say scared, but you know, he's a bit more careful. He actually did go for that gas first. In fact, it is gas hatch pull. That's a very early gas, but hey. To be fair, I say early. I don't actually, I'll be entirely honest, I don't actually know what the correct timings are nowadays with, you know, queens changing their cost and so on. And like, I know that there have been some changes that they have been experimenting, but I'm not sure what is the current consensus on what's the most ideal build. But yeah, gas first is not a very common one, I think. But yeah, Zigur does not want to make the same mistakes as previous game. But as we said, Walk is actually starting much more calmly, much more macro focus. Just going for a regular Reaper expand. He also did scout that expansion from Zigur. They didn't scout any of the third base locations though, so that SCV was just there to make sure that no cheese is happening. Yes, Iceland is a Twitch chat GM. Can confirm. GM Twitch chatting. Hold on, because this is a dark map. I don't know if you hear that, but I don't know if you know, but on dark maps like this, purple is definitely not a very visible color. So I actually need my windows covered to actually see what's going on. The Zerglings are causing a bit of a havoc in the natural base. There's not enough of them to actually cause any major damage, but I mean that is typical for Zigur. He typically makes like 6 links at the beginning of the game just for harassment purposes. Was not there in time to delay the CC, so it did finish. We're actually cleaning both the Marine and the Reaper, so very nicely done there. But with the Hellions out, this is the end of that harassment.
Research complete.
SCV ready.
Oh, don't tell me I've been muted for like the past 20 minutes. Yeah. I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. Anyway, Rock is coming in. The Zerglings are crashing into the Marines, but there's enough Marines in the back. The tanks are still there. Oh, actually the tower gets collapsed. The Marines almost got trapped in there, but they do manage to get out. Marines are going forward. There's not enough Banings to deal with this entire army. More Banings are streaming in. Can walk split from all of them. Just barely not. But there are more reinforcements coming. And Zigur is out of units there. We have any reinforcements? Zerglings are on the way. The Banelings are still morphing, but they are not finished. Fourth base has gone down. The fifth base once again has not been scouted, so it will be safe for now, but there's nothing happening at it. Like, Zigur can't really even use the larva, because it would go, like, whatever units he would make would go straight into the embrace of the Terran. That's an interesting word to use, isn't it? Walk actually ferrying the tanks over with the medevac. Put them faster at the front lines. Zigur trying to master defense. He has a lot of queens still. He's making banings. The banings are actually trapped behind the queens for a little bit. But they are able to connect with some marines. Not all of them though. The queens are starting to fall down. Transfusers are not there. And GG's called. Walk will be taking this series 2-0 and advancing to the semi-finals. I am still so upset that I was actually muted. I've been talking for the entire like 10 minutes or so and I was just not there. I was just talking to myself. It is actually upsetting. Shaky my head. But with that, Sikin is quite speechless. Yeah. With that, Wok will be advancing to the semi-finals, and we can take a quick look at the bracket and what the situation is like there. So we just finished our series here at the bottom of the bracket. Meanwhile, it looks like Stray and Abatur are still in the series, currently 1-1. So that's some very nice tight game going on there. Meanwhile, we have Chanz versus Chanz took down Zergtanis as we saw before, and it looks like their opponent is Beast, who took down Move 2-0, and Chanz versus Beast are currently in game 2. I am being updated. So that series is also underway. Meanwhile, Captain Fish did take down Tricky 2-0 and is currently playing versus Undertaker. So it looks like all of those series are currently ongoing. And I guess we will wait for DizzyDwarf then. Like that may be the play. Yes, we are waiting for any of our series to open. Of course, we will be casting both of the semifinals. So we will be seeing Wok once again and 3 other players that are still to be determined. Of course, for those who may forget, for those who may not know, we do have a random raffle in this tournament as well. So even if you did lose in one of the first rounds, then make sure you stay around because you may be the random raffle winner. In case you don't know how it works, if you play at least one full series in our tournaments, you are eligible for $5 USD. Completely random. So it can go to someone who is in the finals, it can go to someone who lost round 1. First upset of the tournament. Get the nice time. Yes, it is the upset of the tournament. I'm gonna get the series ready, we'll make sure to make the lobby, and yeah, we'll be right back. And welcome! Welcome to the quarterfinals, where we have a second quarterfinal here to cast. We just started a second series here. We are, once again, on Talisman, where in the bottom left corner we have the first of our players. It is the pink Protoss player from China. It is Stray. And across the map we have the red Terran player. Coming from Poland, it is DizzyDwarf. DizzyDwarf, of course, is the defending champion of the last Master Swan Open, which happened all the way in December, by the way. Once again, we did have quite a long break. Meanwhile, Stray is actually a newcomer to our tournaments. I don't think we have seen him before. I'm also not quite sure what his rank is, so I guess we will find out together how these games go. He is checking out this mineral wall here. I'm not sure if he was how familiar he is with the map, but definitely scouting around, seeing what's what. I am of course not muted, as I have triple checked. Shaking my head. I pulled a Yaku. I literally pulled a Yaku. Meanwhile, we have actually a Reaper not expand from DizzyDwarf. We have Reaper into factory. So a bit more aggressive over there. DizzyDwarf also scouting diligently, making sure that there are no proxies or anything else suspicious. Stray has a nice SimCity on his mineral line in the main base. And eventually Reaper will be making its way over to the bases of the Protoss. To the bases of the Protoss. Kuro, get it right. You can do it. You can English. Oh, the Adept almost got the Reaper. Maybe he could have chased it a little bit more, but nonetheless Reaper does escape. And yeah, there's still no expansion from DizzyDwarf. He just goes for straight 1-1-1. All the way with the starport. Going for Reapers. Very interesting opening there from DizzyDwarf. Only now getting his natural expansion down. Meanwhile, Stray has been able to mine from his, but will that matter if he's not able to defend? I mean, he's working on Blink. He has only one gateway. The other gateways are still in production. The wall is, I would say complete, but I mean the buildings are still in construction. They are not finished. Yeah, the Jeeper, that Stalker and Adept are trying to hold the wall. The shield battery has not finished either. They take down the Reaper, but the Hellions are still there. And now the probes are in danger. Stray trying to split his probes. This is actually very nice moves there. Ooh, but does focus the... Ooh, that catches one Hellion though. Very nice decision making there from Stray. I mean, it's not perfect defense, don't get me wrong. Ooh, this lineup was pretty bad actually. But those are some interesting ideas over there. You know, split his probes to make sure to minimize the damage. Because with no units present, like pulling them to the main base would not really do much. And then once he saw the opportunity, he did focus the Hellion, he did pin it down. And yeah, nicely done. We have a third base coming up. Meanwhile, DizzyDwarf is opting for a Cloak Banshee coming up next. Also getting more barracks. So we will have 3 Raxes here. The natural base has finished, has turned into an orbital now. First Banshee actually already is across the map. I didn't even notice that it flew over. But there is an observer. I mean, the Robo was there. And Stray was able to deal with that Banshee without too many losses on his side. Actually, how many probes did go down? 8 probes. That's okay. I mean, it hurts, don't get me wrong, but it could have been much worse with the situation that was happening. Second Banshee is coming in. This time Stray is way more prepared for it. He has that observer still. He has the Stalkers more or less in position. There is one on the other hand side, on the other side of his base as well. Observer going forward, making sure that the Banshee does not sneak by on either side. I'm not sure if DizzyDwarf has yet seen that setup, but he is being careful with that second Banshee. I always find it interesting that there are actually ripples on the water under the air units. Like, that is such a small detail, but it's pretty nice. DizzyDwarf scanning the front base. There's actually nothing being produced from this Robo, which is a bit surprising to me. How many units there are in general? There are 6 Stalkers, 1 Sentry, but yeah, that's it for the units. We have a lot of gateways in production though now, so I guess this is time to make the units. Stray will be going into the total of... with 2, 3, 5... and still more coming. Okay, it's time to count. I have 5 over here, 6, 7, 8. 8 gateway? Yeah, 8 gateways for Stray. DizzyDwarf actually decides to take Banshee back home. And what does he have at home? He has tanks set up on the high ground and low ground. He has a Cyclone, has a lot of Marines. Some are others as well. The Medivacs have now joined in. And DizzyDwarf will be moving out. At the same time though, Stray is amassing an army of his own, but this is purely a gateway army. Once again, that Robo remains idle. Ooh, and this may be a very dangerous engagement there. I mean, Sentry is nice, but there's no other support. Let's say it looks like this is actually a really nice set. I mean, the Zealots do melt down though. But they are able to take take down quite a lot of bio, more than I expected them to. Fortunately, the Observer does go down, which is, you know, a bit concerning, considering the Cloak Banshee. And looks like the Cloak Banshee actually did slip by unnoticed amidst all the chaos. So it will be dealing damage to those workers. At the same time though, Stray is chasing down the main army in the middle of the map. Those Zealots do have charge, so they catch up to the army pretty quickly, but we'll have to be very careful because the reinforcements are there for the Terran. Yeah, this is just pure gateway army going against the army of DizzyDwarf. More reinforcement coming in. A very interesting forward base there for Stray. I mean, it would be a good warping point as well. I was about to say that something that is definitely missing for this purely gateway army is a good warping point, a good proxy location to make sure that they reinforce quicker. Maybe a warp prism or something. Ooh, that is an ambitious blink in there. Stray has to be careful not to get sandwiched between these two armies, and he's using quite a few units. The sentry goes down as well. It was, as we remember, this was the only sentry in this army. And finally, the first Colossus is about to come in. So there will be some splash damage for this army. Again, the Stalkers are moving forward. The charges come in from the side, but they're not quite able to do much damage on this army. The position is a bit too good for DizzyDwarf. More Zealots are being warped in. The first Colossus is joining in. The second one is in production. Something to keep in mind though is that there is no thermal lance. There is not even robotics bay, I believe. Or is there? Hold on. There must be robotics bay. Yeah, there you go. Robotics bay is there. Thermal lance is on the way. Only just started. Like, there has to be robotics. Hold on. That's not how the tech tree works. When this base is very vulnerable, the Colossus actually does get focused by the Marauders, and yeah, the Gateway army is not enough to defend it from the Terran. And the Steam Marines are dealing with the Zealots. There are only Stalkers left. The probes are going down, and I don't think this base is defendable for Stray. That said, the second Colossus does join in. And with the Sim City, it's a bit better protected, because the Marines cannot just run in and snipe it. But yeah, this is a very risky location to build your Nexus on, with this mineral line being completely open to the opponent. And Archon is being warped in. Morphed in? Archon's morph? Archon's morph, right? I know, this is very important. Anyway, DizzyDwarf is taking his 4th at the same time Stray is taking a 5th in the linear 5th, if you will. This Nexus is once again under fire, but there is nice EMPs though on the army, but there are still more of the Protoss. The Archons are going forward, but they are being sniped. The SimCity does work against them. The Colossus goes down as well. Yeah, this Nexus cannot be saved. But to be fair, with the Nexus gone, it will be also it will be much easier to engage for both armies. At the same time, we have some Zealot run by in the main base of DizzyDwarf. It is actually being dealt with the Vikings of all things. Oh, interesting scouting Stalker there. Sees the 4th base. So very nice map awareness there for Stray. We'll try to go and deny it, but there are so many units there. Ooh, the ghost gets sniped before it can get an EMP off. Very nicely done. That was a split-second decision there from Stray. But the Stalker Army is running into the bio. Has to be careful, tries to defend this Nexus. Once again, the Colossus is focused and it will be going down. There are so many Vikings here already. We have an Immortal. Ooh, the Disruptor! The Disruptor does connect, but once again the Disruptors have been nerfed in damage. They're not able to kill as much army as they used to. The Stalkers are being dealt with. The Zealots are still trying to fight, but looks like there's not enough. GG is called and DizzyDwarf will be taking game number 1. And I didn't make predictions. Cat. Hold on. This is fine. Don't worry about it. This is fine. I'm definitely not falling apart. Okay, we have map number 2. True, Archons merge. Fair point. They do say the merging is complete. Do they actually say that in StarCraft 2? Because I'm sure they say that in Brood War, but do they actually say that in StarCraft 2 as well? It's been too long since I played Protoss. And I just saw an update in the chat. Oh no! Our favorite has gone down to Undertaker. Captain Fish is no longer in the tournament. Truly a sad day. And the favorite gets eliminated. And I know that he really likes being called the favorite. 100%. No pressure. Anyway, we are now on Whispers of Gold for our map number 2. I am still unmuted. I have to triple check every time now. And we are now in the left corner, left side of Whispers of Gold, where we have the first of our plays. It is the pink Protoss from China. It is Stray. And on the right side of the map we have our red Terran from Poland, the defending champion of this tournament, as well as currently leading this series 1-0. It is DizzyDwarf. Oh, got no notification. I heard that. Oh, Captain Fish has subscribed. Thank you, Captain Fish. Thank you for supporting the channel. Glad to see you here as always. I saw last night, I saw the suffering of Captain Fish as he he was still trying to get his required games. I mean, okay, so for those who don't know the number of games that we agreed upon, like obviously, like the reason why we have a game requirement is to make sure that each player is actually ranked where they're supposed to be, because you know it takes a while before the ranking system actually adjusts a proper rank to the player, so it takes quite a couple games. But secondly, we also every time there's a new season, we have a grace period for the new ladder season, and the way we calculate the grace period is 5 games every week, starting from the new season. So if you play at least 5 games every week, you should be eligible for the tournament. So just in case you're wondering, that is the threshold that we established. That, you know, we don't expect people to play 40 games a day, obviously, but if you play at least 5 games a week, you should be perfectly fine, even after the new season starts. So yeah, that's a bit of a fun fact. We hope that players can ladder a bit more regularly, because, you know, when you stop laddering for a long time, you do get very rusty, and it's always difficult to get back. Yes. StarCraft is definitely a bit of a game of habit, I guess, where, like, you know, you have a lot of like muscle memory and stuff, and it's definitely easier to improve if you do it fairly regularly. It doesn't have to be a lot, just, you know, more on the regular, so you don't forget. Anyway, we have some small skirmishes here between the Adept and the Reaper. Stray once again opening with Blink. I assume he will go into charge after that, just like last game. Meanwhile, DizzyDwarf, this time he did expand, so it was a more regular Reaper expand, I believe. So he should not be as aggressive as last game. Still may try some harassment, but not to the extent that we saw previously. I like how both units are just patrolling in front of the bases. Adept is in front of the base of the Terran, in front of the base of DizzyDwarf. Meanwhile, the Reaper is scouting the third of Stray. I really appreciate the decals on the bases, by the way. Yes, this is where you get resources. Fuel up your army here. Speaking of, I mean, for those who may not have heard, as we have a drop moving out with a Cyclone on DizzyDwarf, for those who may not have heard, as this is once again our first amateur tournament of the year, TLMC has just closed submissions only like a week ago or so. So Team Liquid map contest is how we get new maps, essentially. This is how we get new maps on the ladder. Like Whispers of Gold, just as pretty much every map you've seen on ladder for the past several years at this point have been coming from Team Liquid map contest. There's a discussion about, you know, the process of getting the map into the map. Ooh, as this drop is actually coming into the main base. The Medivac is already half health. It's getting low, yet the Medivac will be sniped by the Stalkers. The Cyclone is also being focused and just barely goes down. The Stalkers are very damaged, but they are not dead. And yeah, we've had the drop. It looks like it will be cleaned up, but not without losses, as one of the Stalkers does go down. It actually tumbles quite far. But yeah, that was a very nice defense there from Stray, and he's now ready to move across the map. We'll go back to TMC soon, don't worry. I don't want to introduce people to that. Okay, it looks like we have a war piece for reinforcements, and we have an observer here as well. It definitely looks like Stray is preparing for a blink into the main base of DizzyDwarf. DizzyDwarf has a tank on the ramp, a second tank, actually 2 tanks in the main base. One of them is sieged. But is that enough? Like, it's a good setup, but with how aggressively Stray is blinking, he may be able to snipe some. He does take down the refinery for now. Also, charge is on the way. It's halfway done, so maybe instead of blinking in, since there is so much setup already for DizzyDwarf, maybe he will use that warp piece for warping in some charge lots into the base as he is poking at the same time on the front in the natural. So a bit of a distraction for DizzyDwarf maybe. And the observer is sniped, so does not look like a blink will be happening. At the same time, Stray is taking a 4th base. So he is preparing for the next phase. And yeah, we have Zealots. 4 Zealots already in the warp prism. More of course can be warped in. And yeah, Stray is looking for the right spot. Oh, as we have actual some depot drops. That's not a common sight. The Zealots are coming in. They're actually denying the depots. I wonder if that will come into play. If this will maybe supply block DizzyDwarf at some point. Ooh, meanwhile. Yeah, it looks like the Zealots were trying to focus the concussive shell, but don't have quite enough firepower. And yeah, Stray will have to wait for a better moment instead. While this was happening, DizzyDwarf was able to take his 3rd base. But I mean, there's so much gateway army prepared. And once again, there's this one sentry. It's like this entire army is holding on to that one sentry. It's like support sentry for the army. The Zealots are once again coming into the main base. They are being chased away. They're not actually lost. All of them are surviving, so they're more of a distraction than anything. Meanwhile, it looks like the armies will crash in the middle. This dwarf was just moving out, but he met the Protoss army right there. Up the ramp, this tank did not siege and the Zealots went right for the army, but the Zealots are gone now and so is the sentry. The one support sentry is down. Another wave of Zealots, very nice blink behind the Zealot line. They are doing quite a lot of damage. The tanks are of course still not sieged as they are still moving forward. And one of them is pretty low. But I mean, Stray is also losing quite a lot of units in this. But we have the first Colossus. To be fair, I don't know how effective it will be because we barely have any Marines in this army anymore. Yeah, the Colossus is going down. The Stalkers are trying to deal with the rest of this army, but yeah, it's very difficult to do. At the same time, we have to keep in mind that the entire mineral line is gone. 25 SCVs are down because those cells did come back. But the defense for Stray is still ongoing with another warping of Zealots. It looks like it's finally able to clean up this army. Meanwhile, the War Priest still escapes. The War Priest does not die. Some Zealots do, but the War Priest is still available for another wave. So basically, all the mining that DizzyDwarf has is this mining over here in the natural base. I guess there's some in the third as well. Yeah, true. Third is almost saturated. Of course, we see mules being dropped down. But once again, the main is in danger. Oh, the Vikings were able to deal with the War Priest, so no more Zealot harassment for the time being. Yeah, I see some people asking in the chat about TMC. I will get to TMC right after this game, because it looks like we will have some more action coming up as once again DizzyDwarf is moving out. This time there are two Colossus in this army though, and he's fighting up a ramp. One of the Colossus does get focused though. Yeah, maybe if Light can hear this, maybe he can link the TMC article in the chat, as there are exact dates over there. Once again, this time Stray is moving forward. This Colossus is pretty low, but is still dishing out a lot of damage. We have two sentries this time. Not just one support sentry, we actually have two, and they do force field the army quite nicely. Most of the You know, the bigger units from Teteran have been dealt with. It's mostly the Bio. We have one Viking now reinforcing. Stray is once again expanding as all of this is happening. Making sure to keep up with the economy. This time coming with the support of Immortals. No Colossus in this army. Oh, but the Bio is sniping a lot of units. The Zealots are down, the Sentries are down. The Immortals do survive, but they are forced to move back for regrouping, for more reinforcements. DizzyDwarf is able to take a 4th base. But I mean, Stray is just taking every base. Every base that is free. He still has a few on the bottom of the map, but any base that he can get his hands on, he is currently taking. And once again moving in. This time we have a Colossus, in the time we have 4 Immortals, so... The Vikings did try to focus the Colossus, but it was not enough, and with that, GG's called Stray will be tying up the series 1-1. Very nicely done. Yeah, we have a tied up series. Okay, what is happening in the chat? Oh, I actually cannot. I refreshed the chat and it's all gone now. That's exactly what you want to happen as you're trying to read. Okay. Okay. Otherwise, I have to make the lobby before that. Create. Captain is also impressed that I beat Master 3 and won the map against Master 2. Very nice. Good job there. So definitely nice. So our players are ready to go, so let's just start that lobby. Also remember you're still eligible for the raffle, so make sure you stay tuned for that. The only one who dropped 200 MMR yesterday. The favorite in the Master Tournament. Look. To be fair, we had the Diamond winning in Master Swan Open before, okay? We did have Chelch. I remember it was Chelch who was a Diamond and he did win a Master Swan Open as a Diamond. So you know, things happen. You guys never sleep? Yeah, look. Let's not talk about it. Okay, let me introduce our players real quick, as we are now on lane 9 for game number 3. We are currently tied 1-1, and in the bottom left corner we have our pink Protoss player, the newcomer in our tournament. It is Stray. And across the map we have the red Terran player from Poland, the probably favorite. I cannot use these words anymore. I have been banned from using those words. But it is the defending champion of Master Swan Open. It is DizzyDwarf. Okay, what else was happening in the chat? I need to catch up now. Lose against Diamond 2, win against Master 3. I do get, yeah, that happens. Oh, when do they release which maps are in the tournament? Yeah. Light just linked in the chat. There is the thread on Team Liquid on TLnet where you can see all the dates. Currently, as we said, the submissions have just closed like a week ago, so currently there will be like, you know, some judging, some like QA testing of the maps to make sure that they are actually, you know, playable. Because I mean, like generally the map makers are pretty good at it because most of them are fairly experienced and or if they're not experienced, they like have the help of other map makers to make sure that the maps are well done. But just in case, there is some QA testing and some judging involved. And yeah, I don't exactly remember when the results are supposed to be published, but you can check in that thread when the finals will be known. And yeah, again, the maps that are in TLMC are the maps that you see on ladder. Every map on the ladder seems like, I want to say Heart of the Swarm, maybe. I don't know exactly when it started, like, consistently, where like literally every ladder map has been from TLMC. Again, as I said, there is currently a discussion about the way that they are implemented, as in like, you know, how the maps are chosen and when they are implemented and so on and so forth. So, you know, it's not an ideal process, but yeah, the map pool for StarCraft 2 is entirely made by the community map makers. So definitely support TLMC if you can, because that is how we get our new maps on the ladder. And you know, you can be involved in the process. There is a public voting on the maps as well, so make sure to check that out. There will be also, of course, tournaments organized on the maps. So do watch the tournaments that are organized to make sure you can see how the pros play on them. You can see what are their opinions. You can also play the maps yourself, as once they are you know, qualified for the TLMC, to put it that way, they will be uploaded to StarCraft client as well with the TLMC tag, and you will be able to play them yourself to check it out. So that's from the side of the players, and if any map makers hear me, I do like my maps pretty. Just saying. And I also maybe planning a project that kinda involves the maps being pretty. So, you know. Decorating maps is nice. I recommend. Also, this is very personal, but I really... Okay, hold on, the Reapers are coming in. That was a nice force field. Keeps actually only one Reaper though. The one Reaper will be sniped though. The second one is dealing with damage to the probes. And the Stalkers are actually stuck behind the force field themselves. Stray is forced to make some warpings in the main base. 2 probes go down. Only 2, which is not a lot, but still that was a damage that could have been prevented if Stray was like a second faster. Or maybe like half a second. But yeah, what I was saying is something that's very personal to me, because I make screenshots, you know, I use the maps for like graphics purposes a lot. Even like observing and stuff. Okay, hold on, the stalkers are coming. But yeah, what I was gonna say, sometimes like the maps will have like very, very small margins on the edges, and it makes it very hard to like show some of the features on the edges. Like, I don't know if Leylines has this problem. But like, if I want to like show the decoration, like sometimes it's just very difficult to do so. I think Leylines is actually fairly fine about this because there's not a lot going on there. So the stalkers are just walking into the natural base. I actually found a nice little spot over here. The tank has to reposition to be in range. Raffinery will go down. Some workers are damaged but not killed. They will only start being sniped now. And the stalkers are actually kinda stuck here now. Ooh, there will be a lot of losses here moving out. 2 stalkers going down, a lot of them damaged too. What? I am no longer the favorite? No, Captain Fish, you're still the favorite. Don't get me wrong. You should definitely not see the VOD. And I definitely didn't call you favorite like 3 times. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, the Stray is still poking at DizzyDwarf. I guess more to gather information about where the army is at, what it looks like, where it's moving. Stray is definitely staying on top of those move outs, like he's trying to like poke at the bases, poke at the army, like see what he's dealing with. Sorry for that, as the Protoss army and the Terran are meeting in the middle of the map. A lot of the Protoss units are going down. The sentry goes down, the Immortal is also in danger. Another warping of Zealots is trying to help out with this defense, but actually there's not enough of it. The Colossus joins in, but it does not have a lot of support from these gateway units. Thermal Lance has not been finished. Now we have more reinforcements and they will be chasing away this Terran army, but this was a very risky moment for Stray. There are more reinforcements for DizzyDwarf though. There's a lot of bio here. There are still 3 tanks, as they were not killed in that fight. We have a second robo on the way for Stray. Yeah, I was going to say that I definitely think Stray... I like a lot of the micro from Stray, like not even micro like per se, not even like micro in the sense of like, oh, like, you know, this is like a really sick split or something, like, but more like micro decisions where, like, you know, placing force fields or like such small things, like when he was attacking with Zealots and Stalkers, like, and the charges were trapped behind the Stalkers, like he would like blink behind the Zealot line, like those are like or where you saw like there was like this one ghost that would like move in front of the Terran army, and Stray would just immediately notice it and pick it out. Like those are just like those small things that are just really nice, and that is something I definitely appreciate. Something that's less nice is the Colossus production, or the Robo production in general. I feel like that's a little bit lacking at times, but yeah, overall Stray is pretty impressive player for what I have seen so far. So once again, this Gateway army is moving towards the Terran. We have 2 Colossus this time, with Thermal Lance as well. The Vikings are here to focus them down. One of the Colossus will be dying. Actually, are Colossus alive? Colossus are robots, right? Anyway, once again, coming from a different angle, the Stray is going against the Terran. Most of the cells have been cleaned up though, and the tanks are set up. Stray cannot push into this setup, into this siege, I guess. Ooh, but actually catching the tanks as they move away, that was very nice for Stray. The tanks were ready to retreat and they were sniped by those Stalkers. Now we have only 1 tank in this mix. The first ghost is already out though. And we'll be landing a quite nice EMP. Colossus goes down almost immediately. The Vikings do land, and they will deal a lot of damage to those Stalkers. Both Immortals go down as well. I think Stray has to go away. I don't think he quite has the staying power in this fight. Do you upload the screenshots of the maps somewhere? Not really, because most of the time I use them for like thumbnails and stuff, so generally I don't. Sometimes I post like the more interesting ones in my private Discord, or personal Discord I should say. As once again we have DizzyDwarf and Stray engaging there. Oh, the War Beasts were actually rallied to the army. One of them was sniped, the second one does survive though. But yeah, if you check my personal Discord, you can sometimes see some of the more interesting screenshots that I post there. So I do recommend checking that out. And Stray once again pushing forward, this time without Colossus, just Immortals in this army, but there are no tanks here. Actually, there's just a bio. So I don't know if the Immortals are really helping. At the same time, the War Priest is going across the map, I assume for some Zealot Warpins. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, it looks like Stray has completely given up on Colossus, just going straight for Immortals. Nice EMP on the Immortals from DizzyDwarf. The Medivacs are getting sniped, which is not ideal, but they are mostly out of energy anyway. The War Priest is primed for the harassment. Stray is still going forward against this bio army, but yeah, these Immortals are a bit in trouble. There are two of them going down, the two others are trying to escape, but only one actually manages to do so. That said, with the charge load reinforcement, this bio army is starting to get in trouble. A lot of steam is happening and not a lot of energy on those medivacs. As all of this was happening, Stray was able to take yet another base here. So that makes it also a very nice warping point for these engagements. He can also try to surround his army as he's going towards the reinforcements of the Terran. DizzyDwarf is currently cut from his base. This army has to fight the Protoss here and now. The reinforcing Colossus are here to help out as well. Medivacs are trying to escape. One of them will just barely not do so, as it was sniped by those stalkers. Some of them do manage to escape, but they are empty. Those are just Medivacs alone. And even those are being sniped. I don't think that War Priest actually was able to do much, and looks like the turrets were built under it. Meanwhile, Stray is now moving into the base of the Terran. Two Colossus here, an Immortal, and a lot of Chargers, a lot of Stalkers. There are no reinforcements for the Terran. GG is called, and Stray will be taking the series 2-1 and advancing to the semi-finals. GG. Nicely done from Stray. Yeah, very impressive play. And with that, it looks like we have all of our semi-finals ready. So let's take a quick look at the brackets. Captain Fish was cheering for DizzyDwarf as the Terran command once again ordered him to win. But this time, the Terran was not enough. Anyway, here we have our bracket. As we mentioned before, Undertaker did defeat Captain Fish 2-1 and is now in the semi-finals, joining Chanz, who beat Beast 2-0. Meanwhile, Stray is joining Walk in the bottom semi-final as well. And yeah, we will be going into semi-finals soon. As a reminder, both those semi-finals will be casted, will be covered, so don't worry, we will see all 4 of these players, of course. And then the finals. It also looks like both our semi-finals and finals will be starting on those TLMC maps. Those are old TLMC maps. It's not for current TLMC, because again, current TLMC is still in the judging phase, I believe. But those are from TLMC 17, so I believe that's like 3 editions before current one. So yeah, we decided to include some of those TLMC maps that didn't quite make it to ladder, so you can check them out. And in the meantime, I will need to set up those semifinals ready, so you know, get some snacks, get something to drink, and be right back with the semifinals of Master Swan Open. And welcome! Welcome to Master Swan Open number 89. We are currently in the semi-finals of our monthly Master Tournament 4.7k and below in MMR. And as you see, a little bit of stuttering. We are on Singapore. I hope Singapore server can hold out for me. Please, Singapore server, don't let me down. But anyway, we are on Earholm, one of the added maps, one of the newer maps, one of the TLMC maps that are not currently on the ladder. And we have a bit of a rare tweet. We have a ZVZ. As in the bottom left corner, we have the first Zerg representant, the yellow Zerg from Taiwan. It is Undertaker. Undertaker. There you go. And across the map we have the red Zerg player representing Jedi Knights from Australia, I believe. It is Chanz. Oh, I see there are some more issues there. I think the font is wrong too. That's interesting. Oh, okay, we going. Well, I expected this to be a fast series, but not quite this fast. I think, yeah. Undertaker sees that with the Overlord. Also, this is my preferred colors, fun fact. Yeah, it's just like, lol. What is happening? So yeah, we're starting the ZVZ spicy as Chanz just straight up pulls all the drones with the Zerglings. I'm not sure if it was a 12 pull, but I assume so. Yeah, we're just going for it. Undertaker only now making the first Zerglings. So, I mean, the pull is of course finished, but there's not even gas for speed, so there will be no speed coming. The drones are trying to fight here. Ooh, the Spore Crawler will go down. I mean, it was cancelled for Undertaker. The 3 Spore Crawlers from Chanz are still morphing. So we have some drone versus drone battle here. The Spore Crawlers are so close to finishing though. I mean, Undertaker is trying to surround it, but he's not able to do so. One Spore Crawler does finish for Undertaker though. The drones are trying to escape to the natural together with the Queen. It looks like Undertaker is completely abandoning the main base. I mean, that may honestly be... I won't say the play, but yeah, with the Spine Crawlers repositioning right on top of the mirror line, is actually not going to be very useful for Undertaker. And just like that, GG is called. Chanz is taking game number 1 in a very quick fashion. I was like, hey, I'm gonna do like predictions and stuff. Look, we're gonna remember to do everything. I'm actually gonna just start the prediction now, which means they're probably about to end as you're hearing this. Well, this sure is a ZVZ. Starting from a 12-foot drone pool. Chanz is actually apologizing in the chat. Chanz is like, I'm so rusty, you're better than me. I'm so sorry I did that. Just make sure that our players are up to date on the maps, as we need a second map being chosen. Okay, we have our second map. But yeah, I don't think Chanz was expecting to win this game. He just, you know, wanted to meme a little bit because he doesn't feel very confident in the matchup, and yeah, just took it. So what do you know? But that was game number 1. And we are getting ready for game number 2. I assume there will be no 12 pool, drone pool in game number 2. I assume we will get into a bit of more of a, you know, proper game. Now look, I mean, look, cheese is part of the game. You know, it's part of StarCraft. It's not like game breaking or anything. This is a valid strategy. And we've seen a lot of players taking like very surprising results, particularly with cheesy strategies, with regular ones as well, but it is much easier to catch someone off guard, of course, with a cheese. Anyway, once again, we are now in game. We are in game number 2. Looking at the first of our Zerg players, it is the yellow Zerg. I was supposed to check that. Hold on. I was checking it, and as I was checking it, things happened. But yes, Undertaker from Taiwan. I said his name. He's Undertaker. And across the map we have the red Zerg player from Australia, representing Jedi Knights. And apparently cheese. It is Chanz. But yeah, as I said, no 12 pulls this game. We did get a gas streak though, so that was a thing. Hatch first in this ZVZ. The only reason it worked was because of the creep on the Agat. I don't know if that was the only reason, but it definitely helped. Like that was a very nice setup there for Chanz, as Undertaker was trying to escape from you know, from the sieged main base, and you know, Chanz just moved his spine crawlers there. So yeah, that was a very nice game there for Chanz. It was quite funny as how surprised he was to win it though. And you know, that happens. That does happen. That's also why we always say it's like, oh, like, you know, this player is like X MMR better than me. There's no way I can ever win. I mean, clearly that is not the case, because, you know, crazy things happen in games sometimes. Wait, is that? Hold on. I can see a very faint lens flare. I'm not crazy, right? Where is it coming from? Sorry, I'm like a magpie. Just... Is it from this thing? I think it may be from this thing. Okay, I'm back. I'm not distracted. The settings of Chanz do go into the main of Undertaker. Just a bit of a scouting done on this side of the map. Undertaker going for that Banicness. It's always good to have in ZVZ. Some nice safety and immediately into the lair. At the same time, Chanz lair is already halfway done. Roach Warren on the way. So Chanz is not planning to stay in this Link Bane phase. He's moving forward in the tech tree. He will be getting roaches, already working on the range upgrade as well. Oh, but Undertaker wants to try some aggression of his own. This is of course scouted by the Overlord of Chanz. There are queens in the wall. Actually, this is a wall, right? Yeah, I think this is a wall. Ooh, but the queens are not both in positions. One of them did go to inject, and just like that, GG! And the series is tied. The series is tied. Yeah, 1-1. This is a very quick CVZ. Let's put it at that. A lot of surprises, a lot of players getting caught off guard. I mean, I say caught off guard, like they see it coming, but you know, they just cannot stop the train or whatever crashing. They just see it happen. So yeah, I expected ZVZ to be quite aggressive, quite explosive, but I didn't expect it to be to this level when we had 2 games. 2 very fast games. But that's what it is, and we are going into game number 3. The map has been chosen. And let's see if we can get a macro game. Yeah. We are going into game number 3 of this ZVZ. Game 1, 12 pool drawn pool. Successful. Game 2, macro opening, but still some... See, I don't even want to call it a link flood, because it wasn't necessarily a link flood. It's just a Chanz just happened to be transitioning to roaches and didn't have any units ready, basically. So it was a bit of a timing, I guess you could call it. But anyway, we are now in game number 3. We are on ley lines, where in the top right corner we have the first of our players. It is the yellow Zerg player from Taiwan, representing clan number 86. No idea what that clan is, so if anyone has any news, any info on them, let us know. It is Undertaker. And across the map we have the red Zerg player from Australia representing Jedi Knights. It is Chanz. So again, Chanz is a frequent supporter of our channel, of our tournaments, especially in the Ducklings Open. Going for hatch into pool. Meanwhile, Undertaker going for that quick pull. Pull first. Still will be getting a hatchery though. Undertaker, of course, I believe their first tournament was the Master Swan Open 88, the previous edition, which was way back in December. And they played very well there. They did go to the finals, where they lost to DizzyDwarf. But yeah, they definitely showed some great games there. And I'm looking forward to what they can do here. Okay. Both our Zergs are getting gas. Or maybe they will even get speed. We have 2 workers on gas for Chanz. Not sure if this is just... Hold on, let me see. Yeah, just waiting for the drone. I'm just waiting if we're gonna have another quick game or if we're actually going into a macro game this time. Oh, don't scare me like that. I am not muted. I have checked that I am not muted. Please don't tell me I was muted. Not again. Once again, we have Undertaker going for that safety baning nest. Chanz is able to scout that with those links, sees the Zerglings as well. But Chanz once again is going for roaches this time, actually finishing that wall. Does not count on queens to do that, just goes straight for another evo, even adding a spine crawler as well. And the links of Undertaker are coming. Speed is about to be done. So even though this is a solid wall, like this is still like the roach warren is quite vulnerable there. I'm keeping in like one eye on the chat to make sure I'm not muted again. I'm actually so scared. So both of our players are going for lair. The first roaches are actually coming out for Chanz this time because the wall was solid. Undertaker was not able to get into the base. And Chanz has the time to go for those roaches. The crucial moment will be when eventually he has to open this wall. So he will have to... I think he will have to destroy this Evo. I don't think there's actually a spot here between the road 4 and the Evo. Like, if there is, there's maybe a Zergling can slip by, but I don't think that's even the case. Ah, okay. Thank you, Psychons. Please don't scare me. Ooh, as Undertaker is actually going for a Spire from here. Interesting response. Taking a third base as well as he's keeping Chanz at bay. We would have spoken up if you were casting Gaze muted for half an hour. After half an hour, you would have noticed that something is wrong. We haven't heard from Kuro in a while, have we? It sounds really funny. No, I appreciate it, but it just sounds very fun. It's like, huh, something is missing. Do you guys have an idea what may be missing? Like, are we missing something? Yes, this Evo is now being destroyed, but the links have moved away, so it's actually safe to do so. Sometimes we have seen situations where this Evo is destroyed in the wrong moment and the links just swarm in. And it becomes very risky, but not this time. Ooh, interesting. Chanz actually going for a Nidus. Oh my god, the Zerglings. He has a few Overlords positioned around. Not too many though, like this is obviously patrolled by the Zerglings, like he has this front position, I guess? Oh, but it looks like Undertaker sees that the roaches are moving out and the Zerglings are swarming in there, pouring into the base. There are no defenses here, so those drones are in danger. The Queen will be focused first. The roaches do come back, but they are not quite in range of those Zerglings. Actually, one of the roaches gets trapped. At the same time, though, the roaches are going across the map. The mutas are there to try to slow them down, but it's not enough. I say it's not enough, but like the drones were gone. And even though the roaches were going across the map, the mutas would still like dwindle their numbers enough. The spine crawlers were there to to slow the push down. So basically, by the time Chanz would be able to get into the bases, like he would have nothing to go back to at home. And just like that, GG is called. Undertaker will be advancing to the finals. And this time, I will actually remember to pay out predictions. There you go. Hopefully that works. Peak once casted 45-minute game muted? Oh my god. That sounds awful. I feel bad for him. But yeah, we have our own meme where Yakuzaku once streamed Brood War before the current playthrough. He once streamed Brood War and he played entire first mission muted. Almost entire first mission. So yeah, that was a thing. Oh, chances updated us. That was my first ever spine rush. Ran it in one custom before the match. Oh boy. And it worked. That was how he did get that win, so... Hey, look. Again, you just have to believe. That is all. Okay. Meanwhile, I do need to set up the second semifinals, so let me get on that. I need... Tray. Oh, okay, they have a part. Oh yeah, of course, we should take a look at the bracket to see where we are. As we just finished the first of our semifinals, Undertaker did take... Every time I say Undertaker and take, it's quite funny. But Undertaker did defeat Chanz 2-1 and is now waiting in the finals. Meanwhile, we are moving on to the second semifinals, which is Stray versus Walk. And I believe that's also on Singapore. Okay, so apologies if there are some frame drops, as Singapore server does not particularly like me. Okay, looks like our players are ready. So I guess I won't delay this any longer. Hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, the predictions are done, so I can change this to that. Remove that, update Twitch title. Okay, let's go. Oh, thank you, Captain Fish, for the gifted subs. 5 community subs, and they go to Fade FPS, Paco Mike, Paquito himself, Reremi, Vash Swag Pete, oh my god, and CostPhoenix 17. Thank you very much, Captain Fish. Thank you for supporting the channel, for letting us do what we are doing, for letting us host more tournaments. I expect some payback from the raffle. Look, I do not control the raffle. Okay? The raffle is controlled by fate. Or whatever else you want to call it. Truly, the raffle is controlled by Google spreadsheets, but don't tell anyone that. As we do this spreadsheet for raffle. But it is random. It is as random as we can get it. Anyway, it is time to begin the second semifinals of Master Swan Open number 89. Once again, we are on Earholm. Airholm? It could be Airholm, to be fair. It's double R too. Is it Erholm? Erreholm. My god, I'm probably saying some bad stuff in Spanish. It before is like a swear word or something. So yeah, I apologize to all Spanish people potentially hearing some weird things. Anyway, we are in top right corner of the map where we have the first of our players. It is the Protoss player from China. It is Stray. And in the bottom left corner of the map we have the red Terran player from Australia, representing Jedi Knights. It is Wok. Singapore server is like Europeans? Huh? Yeah, pretty much. Singapore server is... I would say Singapore server is like that even for Australians. I feel like Singapore server is generally a very moody server. So, yeah. It happens. But it's the best we have, okay? Also, speaking of, somebody mentioned that sometimes just observing is fine. I generally actually... Oh, hold on. Pause. Okay, pause. Okay, we good. Ah. Wog is having some lags because it's raining, you know. Happens. I don't think I ever had that, like, in Europe, where, like, internet is affected by rain. But I have heard that quite frequently in Australia, so I wonder how it's related.
Game resumed.
Okay, we got that pause and looks like everything is back to normal. As I was saying, I was actually genuinely thinking about doing like a stream, like maybe on my channel, where the adept is coming in. Actually scouting this Widow Mine, that's really nice. Oh, but it gets hit. And adept goes down. But yeah, I was thinking about maybe like on my channel, like going over some replays and just you know, just appreciating what is happening. Especially if it's a replay, because you can pause at any second. And like, you know, I'm not like the knowledgeable person like builds and stuff, but something I do really appreciate about StarCraft is like the general like visual aspect of it. I mean, of course I like other parts of StarCraft too, but like as in like compared to other like broadcasters, like something I do pay a lot of attention to is like the visual side of StarCraft, and especially when you pause a replay, there are so many interesting shots you can see that nobody ever sees, because why would they? And in the live game, like as the game is happening, like you cannot really do that. Like there, I actually tried to make some screenshots. Oh, as we actually get the Widow Mine drop escaping from the Stalkers, as they were prepared. It was against Stray staying on top of things. But yeah, like there I tried to take some screenshots of like battles and stuff, and because again I take screenshots for the thumbnails for our YouTube VODs. And I try to take screenshots of the battles, but like in static image it's not quite the same as when it's like, you know, a 3D image. And like sometimes you can pause, like for example, something that looks really good on like paused screen is like Ravager biles, when you can like see them falling in the air and you can like turn the camera around in 3D. Like it just looks really good, but like you cannot really see it unless you go into the replay and just, you know, try to catch these scenes happening. So it's definitely something I have considered, to just make a stream of me just going over the replays. I have tried to do so once, but it's quite a time commitment that I currently don't exactly have the time for. Oh, the observer just right on top of the Marines. Actually, what is this? What is this Marine scheme? Is this just regular Marines? No, I don't think it's regular Marines, is it? They have like this like visors on their heads, like those like almost holographic. I don't think it's holographic. I think it's like a glass kind of thing. But yeah, this move out, it gets scouted by Stray. He has his army prepared. Just like in previous series, this is a gateway army. There aren't even Colossus yet out. Or at least they are not here with the army. The first one just joined in. Thermal Lance is not done yet, so it doesn't have the range. And there are 3 tanks sieged as well. This is a very strong army from Wok. As it's trying to bundle itself next to that wall. Oh, a scouting stalker from Stray. Trying to see what is happening over there. Did he just... Anyway, one of the tanks does get focused by the stalkers. The Colossus is actually helping out, and nothing did reach it for now. We have a Liberator added to the mix. Thermal Lance has just completed, so now that Colossus have a bit more range. Ooh, the Marines try to steam forward, but actually the entire Medivac with the Marines inside gets sniped. Very nicely done there for Stray. Now Stray tries to break this siege. 2 Liberators now are definitely a lot of damage, but with all these Zealots running around, another tank goes down. And Stray is moving forward. The Stalkers are focusing the Liberators. Oh, but one of them does survive. And the second one, there's another reinforcing Liberator to set another siege zone. The Nexus is now under fire from the Marines. The Colossus are both around half health. One of them gets focused. Both our players have lost quite a lot of units. Like, We have one Colossus on one side, we have these two Liberators that now the tanks are reinforcing as well, but neither of these armies look particularly formidable. Another Liberator though. Stray tries to blink behind the army to maybe try to deal with some of those siege units. Is able to take the tank but loses almost all of the Stokers for it. Actually all of the Stokers, as the last one is killed by a Liberator shot. 11 probes down. The Nexus is also under fire. The Liberators will be protecting this path, so Stray cannot really reinforce that position. Oh, but that's a bit ambitious of a Liberator siege. One of them will be going down. But both our armies, both players are fighting till the last unit extent. That Colossus just barely survives, just few HP left. And Stray actually decides to recall. He's able to save the Colossus, but he has lost this position. Ooh, the Colossus that just popped from the Robo is actually focused by the army that was siege here. Stray is trying to go around, trying to go behind the Liberator siege, but Walk does notice it in time. He does reposition the Liberators. Ooh, Colossus gets focused by the Liberator, so there are no Colossus out. Finally, the Liberators are being dealt with. It looks like this is the end of the siege, but there is so many losses on both sides. In the end, it does look like Walk came out on top of the trade, but I mean, he had to remake his entire army as well, but it is already done. It's finished. The reinforcements are here. Stray is trying to go forward to see what damage he can do, and he will be able to snipe quite a few of these tanks actually. Yeah, it looks like just enough units are out for Stray. GG is called and Stray will be taking this game. Game number 1. It was a very scrappy, very close defense till the last unit. But Stray was able to you know, just barely make it. And he was able to catch the reinforcements before they were able to properly regroup, before Walk was able to amass the army. And he just had enough units to overpower the Terran. Very close game. I see the chat also notice. Did he just kill his own tank? Look. Look, it happens. It happens. We don't need the tank. Too much supply. True. Oh my god. I did not open predictions, did I? You know what? We're still doing this. I don't care. We're doing the predictions. It's fine. It is fine. Okay, let me just... Okay, as we're still making sure we have them up and everything. Airholm is a village in Sweden. that got founded in the wrong place. What? Oh, hence the name. Okay, I get it. Aren't base exploding easier to catch on screenshots? I mean, kind of? Hold on, we need to make them up. Also, Singapore claims I have 84 milliseconds ping. Something tells me that is not the true number. I don't know what. Something tells me that's not true. But yeah, I generally, when I do screenshots, I like pause the replay. I like try, basically I like slow down the fights as much as I can. And then I just pause the replay in like a moment of like a pain exploding or something. And I just try to find the best angle for the screenshots and stuff. But again, it just looks so much better when you can see it in 3D. I don't know what it is, but it just looks so good. Anyway, we are in game number 2 of these semifinals, and once again we are going for a map that is not part of the ladder map. We are on yes, very nice, Kura. We are on Talisman, where in the bottom left corner we have the orange Terran player from Australia representing Jedi Knights. It's Walk. And across the map we have the pink Protoss player from China. It is Stray. Currently leading the series 1-0. Oh, I made it up with the village. Yeah, I assumed so. It was a good one though. I almost believed it. You know, I've heard weirder like names of places. Especially if you go for like actual like villages, like small villages, there are so many funny names out there. Like actually. I don't know if it's the same in other countries, but like I know in Poland there are a bunch of like just very weird names for places. And I mean, I'm sure it meant something to the people who like created the place, who like settled there. But like when you just hear the name, it's just so weird. I'm actually gonna type earhome into Google and see if anything comes up. It's a surname, so there's that. And I mostly see StarCraft for obvious reasons. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like it's a surname, but that's about as much as I can find. Oh, as the Reaper actually gets trapped in the mineral line. Very nice moves there from Stray. Trap between the probes and the adept. Once again, that's something that I really appreciate about Stray. Like those small moves. Like he really has. Like, again, I don't know if you can like put it under micro, because it's less about the micro and like it's less about the control itself and more like the decision to do that. Like the choice to go this direction. It's very interesting. They're just scouting the front of the base on the side of Wok. As we have 3 racks going on. No additional buildings yet. I would never say that I am the favorite. Guru still believes. Look. I do believe, actually. Unironically, I do believe. You can do it. One day. One day we will see Captain Fish, the champion of Master Swan Open. Batman is a city in Turkey. That's interesting. I actually didn't hear that one. But yeah, there are a lot of really interesting places all over the world. As the Adept is dealt with by the Marines. That 3 racks should soon be coming into effect as we have Bio amassing. Meanwhile, on the side of the Protoss, Gateway Explosion. Is it coming? It doesn't look like it, just getting some forge. So how many gateways are we working off? We have 3. 1 more on the way, so 4 gates for production. Third base already set up. Wok is moving out. Once again, there's no factory, no starport, so no support for these bio units. Oh, Stray has caught wind of this. He's trying to surround his army. The Stalkers are coming from behind, but this is a lot of steamed bio for this early in the game. Probes are falling down. The mineral line is cleaned up. The support sentry is here, but it is focused and unfortunately it will be going down. Some Stalkers fall down, a pretty nice micro. But still losing quite a few units. Immortal is out though. It looks like Wok will be cleaned up, but not before taking 10 workers with him. So overall it looks like it was slightly better for Wok. He was able to take the almost entire mineral line with this attack, but he did lose it. So it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a painless victory, it was a trade. And arguably worth it for Wok. Austria has gaming, that's nice. I think I've seen gaming actually. I think there was another one in Austria that also somebody found. Obviously, like they are pronounced differently. That's still nice. But the thing is, okay, as the Stalkers are moving, the thing is, I'm not even meaning like this like village is called this way, and in another language it means something. I mean like in the language that the village was called, it's still an interesting name. Like it's still a weird name. Like something that my family introduced me to is there is a village in Poland called I don't know how to translate the name, because Stanisława is a name, and there genuinely is a village in Poland called Stanisława's Troubles. That's the name of the village. Who was Stanisława? What were her troubles? We do not know today, but it is the name of a village for some reason. Yes, I got so much cases. Look. That was a very good snipe. Look, the MMR goes down so it can go back up again, okay? That's how it works. Oh, steam forward. Catching a Stalker. Stray trying to move away, but those the steam bio is chasing. The first Colossus is on the way. Not quite finished yet. Nice force fields. Separating the army from the Protoss. Just needs a few more seconds for this Colossus. That will definitely be very helpful against this bio. Widow Mines for supports. They may deal damage to Zealots, but it looks like they were cancelled. Yeah, they are not on cooldown, so it looks like the shot was cancelled. Both armies trying to outposition one another. Stray just waiting for Walk to move in. Now that Colossus is helping out here. And I think the Terran will be cleaned up, but there are reinforcements coming and there are still Widow Mines in the mix. Yeah, with the reinforcement it looks like Walk has enough to overpower this Protoss army. But I said it too soon, the Zealots are coming in as well. And in the end, the reinforcements were not enough. Medivacs are now in the mix, but there's not a lot of army, and I mean, Strays on this side of the map, this is looking suddenly very dire for Walk. More reinforcements coming from the Protoss as well. This bunker is not full, so it's not really that much of a defense. There are no tanks here. As Walk opted in for Widow Mines. We have some bio here to defend. Not a lot of it though. Natural is currently under siege by the Protoss. Not killing SCVs quite yet, but at least dealing with the production. Walk trying to move down the ramp, trying to take back this position. But he doesn't quite have the firepower to deal with this Colossus right now. He's trying to focus it. It will be going down. The Colossus is down, but there's still a Gateway army left over. There's still an Immortal in the mix as well. The Widow Mines are definitely painful, but the Chargers can take the shot. Yeah, the Chargers are tanking the shots of the Widow Mines. Ooh, the Sentry unfortunately goes down. Looks like just barely Walk has enough to hold on. But, I mean, to be fair, this is still looking pretty risky. What do we have in production? More bio coming up. Currently, there's nothing coming from the factories. And... yeah, we have the first Viking. The first Viking is currently in production. Meanwhile, Stray working on two Colossus at the same time. Getting more reinforcements. Expanding to... currently has 4 bases. And now the Protoss is pouring into the third of Walk. We don't have a Colossus in the mix, but we still have a lot of Stalkers. We have an Immortal as well. Ooh, the blink forward too. Stray feeling confident about this engagement, but I don't know if he can do so because yeah, there were enough Marauders in the mix and the entire Protoss army gets cleaned up. The Zealots were not reinforcing in time. And yeah, that was a bit of a... I always want to call it a patience blink. Where Stray got a little bit too adventurous with the Stalkers and actually lost the entire army. Just to wait for the reinforcements. Walk is moving forward towards the 4th base, but at the same time, Stray just goes straight for the 3rd base of the Terran. Even though Walk was able to kill this Nexus, like, I mean, Protoss has a good position there. But oh, this is a lot of Vikings, and the entire army of the Terran is back. The Vikings are focusing on the Colossus. Actually, they don't finish them off. The Colossus both survive, but there's not a lot of support for them. The Gateway army is coming back, there's more Zealots coming. But both Colossus are falling down. I don't think Stray has the staying power for the time being. Yeah, Walk making sure that there's no more bases on this side. There is one right in the middle here though. I don't think he is aware of that. We can check. Yeah, he has not seen this base in the middle. Stray trying to retake his fort. Oh, but this Widow Mine field! A lot of the gateway units will be going down to these Widow Mines. There's some Archons in the mix now, and that is a lot of mines, and there's more coming. Wok really committed to the Widow Mines in this game. So those are coming down, but once again the Widow Mines will activate. Fortunately for the Protoss, only on single units, but still. And I don't think that's enough of the Protoss here. The Vikings are landing, trying to deal with this Stalkers. The Archons are no more. Another charge load warping will be coming. Good EMP on the army. And Wok is cleaning this up. GG is called. We have a tight series, 1-1. Very nicely done. Ah. Wok telling Stray that he likes his playstyle. Very nice there. Stray was saying that he couldn't really find the bases of Wok. He didn't know where the fort was. So welcome to game number 3 of our second semi-final. This game will decide which one of these two players will be advancing to the finals to meet Undertaker in a best of 5. But for now we have this best of 3 on Whispers of Gold, where on the right side we have the orange Terran player from Australia and representing Jedi Knights. It is Wok. And on the left side we have the pink Protoss player from China. It is Stray. The ban going up while Stray's on the office makes me feel right at home. Look. It's only so much you can do at the same time, okay? I see this juicy frames. You're starting to have seconds per frame. That's good. In case you're wondering, that's not your stream, that is the server. Like I can see like the UI, see the I say see, but you cannot see the cursor. Like see the UI is working fine. There's no stuttering there. So it's purely the server that is having issues. That happens. Again, I am streaming from EU, so not ideal for Singapore server. But it is what it is. Maybe I saw there were some name recommendations there. Where were we? Yeah, apparently there's a village called Fly Larva in Wood. Great. Very nice. A place is named after people. Yeah. See, naming places after people does not surprise me. Naming a place somebody's troubles, like, it makes you question what was the story of that place. How did that become a thing? Was this person just so troubled that we're like, whatever, just have your place and just put it there? Like, we don't know. Maybe we should go there one day and ask people if they know what's the story. Danish cities are really weird name too. Directly translated, we got Stairville, Bedless, Waterless. And the best, P. Wildrent. That makes... what? What even? Denmark, please. See, bedless and waterless, I can guess, you know, what it could be. But how did we get to Stairville? Is this where all the stare downs are going on? Like, is this like when you want to have a stare down with someone, you just go to that place? Like, there's a designated area for staring? That's fun. But yeah, that is something actually that my family likes to do, is like finding all these like weirdly named places and just go there for no reason. Just see what it is, where it is, why it's there. Anyway, we have the Reaper coming in. And it looks like it will not be escaping, as it does meet these two stalkers. At the same time, the Adepts across the map meets with the Marines and will be cleaned up as well, so both players have done some scouting, but will not be able to continue to do so. In fact, how much does Stray actually see? Yeah, up the ramp, pretty much. Third base coming from the Protoss. Forge on the way too. So we have the stalkers moving in, but there is a full bunker, there are Marines, there is a tank as well to back this up. We have free racks, yes, free racks. But this time it's free racks with the tanks, with the starport already on the way, already finished. Yes, I was like, wait, did it finish? No, we have a starport. So this time it's not as committed as it was last game. Walk did not commit to the free racks, but instead is making a very strong army. And yes, Stray cannot break the defense at this point. But Stray is also not gonna just sit and wait, as he's putting down 6 more gateways. So both our players are about to ramp up their production. Once again, we have an Immortal from Stray. We have one Robo, no Robo Bay yet. So no Colossus coming for the time being. Warp expanding to his third base, but at the same time Stray is moving out on the map. There's a place in Costa Rica called Helpless People. Ow. That's mean. But I mean, maybe that is what happened. I'm sure that place has a story. Yeah, the names probably had an older meaning and then we just kept it. Yeah, probably. I mean, again, it's kind of like a lot of surnames, like, came from just calling people after what they did or where they lived. So, like, a lot of surnames that don't really mean much to us anymore, like, they actually came from actual descriptions of people. Usually, like, you know, it was not only that, you know, that over time the language changed, but also it was probably like translated 3 times to different languages or like to different like writing styles, like, you know. It happened a lot when like a different country was trying, or like a person from a different country, to put it that way, was trying to write down a name of somebody, and like in their language it just didn't work, so they would change a few letters and it would just carry on. That happened a lot to names. So yeah, I'm sure all of them have some kind of story. Oh, once again we have a minefield from Walk. First one will be baited. So Stray is aware of that one. He already triggered this one as well. Oh, but two mines are walking into the 4th base. Unfortunately, they triggered the same probe, actually. I don't think that was intentional. Stray even pulled 2 probes, but it looks like the Widow Mice triggered both on the same one. So, ideal situation, really. And now Stray is moving in, but he may be getting sandwiched here. Has to be careful about how he engages this. 1 tank in this army, a lot of bio as well. Force fields are being planted down. Walk cannot chase this army. Yeah, this is actually very scary engagements here. It's important to note that Stray does have upgrade advantage. He's on +1, +2, or +2, +1, depending how you look at it. The Immortal goes down, the second one is trying to escape. There's more reinforcement coming from the Protoss. The army is of the Terran is pretty damaged already. The Medivacs are trying to do what they can, but the bio is in the yellow. We don't mind does trigger on the army. The Zealots are being on the fire. Ooh, but they destroyed the CC. So nice little bit of damage there. We have another base in the bottom right corner for Stray. Stalkers once again move in, snipe a bunker and move out, so Stray being very careful about these engagements, and actually the splash damage of choice is Disruptors this time, not Colossus. We have 2 robots, so we can go for double Disruptor production. Oh, the Widow Mice. I could hear the Widow Mice. It looks like the Widow Mice are still a problem. Oh, Disruptor shot, nice! Very nice connection there for that Nova. The second one connects as well, right in the middle of the army. But the Disruptors have been lost. This is just the Stalkers right now in this army. 2 more joining in. And one of the Novas connects, the other one was denied before it was able to go off. It looks like it might have been just enough for the Protoss to take this engagement. Walk is going back home, regrouping his army. Stray is waiting on reinforcements of his own, and he will be pushing forward once again as Wok is trying to take the 4th base. Another Nova connects. The Disruptor is gone though, so there are no more Novas coming for the time being. Hawk has the Terran High Command behind him. We don't need upgrades. Ah, is that the new directive of the Terran High Command? I don't know if you saw, but Apatry made a viewer tournament where that was the bounty, to play with no upgrades. So fun fact, the highest ranked player, or highest rank is not a good. The highest place finishing in the tournament who didn't have any upgrades would be getting a bounty. So there you go. Ooh, this one Stalker did not quite blink far enough and will be getting sniped, but it looks like Wok is keeping this base alive. He was able to buy enough time to actually get a planetary on this base as well, so that makes it that much more defendable. Stray tries to rotate to the bottom instead, but there are Liberators there to prevent him from just going in. But Stray decides to blink in anyway, deals with the Liberators, and he's going forward towards the army. There is one tank here, so Protoss does suffer quite a lot of damage, but he's also zoning out the main army with the Novas. Ooh, beautiful Nova there connects with the Marines. Of course, after the patch, the Disruptors don't quite kill the Marauders, but the Marines are still quite vulnerable. Once again, Stray trying to come into this bottom base. There's more damage to the bio. Ooh, we heard some ghost going down as well. Also, that is also another thing that's really great about StarCraft, the sound design. We can actually hear which units are going down, we don't need to see. Ooh, but beautiful connection with the Nova. And so many more of them coming as well. This time it was a really huge blow to Wok. At the same time he lost that base, he lost 14 SCVs as well. It was a really nice battle there for Stray. Wok has to reinforce, he has to rebuild, he has to fortify his bases, but it may not matter as the Protoss is moving forward. There are still many more Novas in this army and they are connecting with the bio directly at the same time. The Zealots are dealing with the SCVs. GG is called and Stray will be taking this series 2-1 and advancing to the grand finals. GG. Nicely done there. Nicely done. As again, this will make sure that Kuro, what do you want to say? Formulate a sentence. With that, Stray will be advancing to those finals with a best of 5. Oh, actually, we may actually play the finals on Asia, because players have been saying that Singapore is also a bit wonky for them. Unfortunately, again, Singapore is not the most stable of servers currently, which is unfortunate because it's the best, like, in terms of closeness to the players, so yeah, we have to sort that out. But anyway, hold on. Anyway, we'll be going on a short break. Let me show you the bracket. As we will be getting... And welcome back to Master Swan Open number 89. We are currently in the finals of our monthly 4.7k and below tournament. 4.7k MMR, of course. But before we get to that, we have something very special that we need to prepare. Oh, let's make sure that it's actually correct. Okay, I think we are ready. So before we get to the finals, we have something very special that we do in our tournaments. We have the random participant raffle. What is that, you ask? Well, if you played at least one full series, so you can just like play one game and decide to give up. So that doesn't count. If you played one full series in the tournament, you are eligible for extra $5. The raffle is of course completely random, so it can go to someone who is in the finals, it can go to someone who lost in the first round. We do not know. One of the participants will be $5 richer today. So without further ado, let us see who may it be today. As you can see, we have 14 eligible participants. I believe we did not have any walkovers today, so I'm glad that everybody who checked in did show up. And without further ado, let us randomize. And drumroll please. The winner for today is Undertaker. Undertaker actually in the finals and also getting the random raffle, so no matter which place he takes, no matter if he wins this series or not, he will be $5 richer for this tournament. And so congratulations to Undertaker. Oh, okay, so hold on. How do I... There you go. Congratulations to Undertaker, and with that we will be getting our finals on the way. As you can see, both our players made it through the entire bracket to the finals. Took down Walk in the semifinals, while Undertaker took down Chanz in a very spicy ZVZ, by the way. And we have a PVZ now in our finals, a best of 5. And we are about to begin. Prediction, yes, I remembered. Thank you about the predictions reminder. Just making sure that our players are ready, and we are about to begin. And I will press the predictions button. I will do it. You can't stop me. Have I updated the title? Well, if I didn't, now I have. Oh, okay. Hold on. I didn't realize something. I actually forgot. Okay, hold on. Nobody panic. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I definitely didn't forget to turn on Scene Switcher after I had to exit the game because it wouldn't let me into Asia server. Thank you, Blizzard. I think we should be good now. Okay. Saved. What's up, predictions? There you go. We did it. We did it, chat. Okay. So now we can start our best of 5. This is of course the finals of Master Swan Open number 89, the monthly Master Tournament, 4.7k MMR and below. Where in the top right corner of Starchild, another one of those TLMC non-ladder maps, we have our Pink Protoss player from China, and as we now know, representing, I believe the full name of the team is Rookie Warpgate, it is Stray. And across the map we have their opponent, it is the yellow Zerg player, representing Taiwan. And I believe it was number 86 on the name. I'm not sure what that clan is, but we have Undertaker. But I was gonna say that like I immediately recognized the name on the clan of Stray, as if you have been watching the podcast, our weekly show updating on the results and news in StarCraft 2, this clan, I believe, I guess we can call them a clan, have been organizing a lot of tournaments, a lot of invitationals, a lot of tournaments for the like semi-pros and amateur players in China. So that is definitely very interesting to see. I actually don't know if it's actually specifically close to China, but it seemed like the players were Chinese. Maybe I don't know the exact rules on the tournament, but yeah, they have been regularly organizing tournaments, and it's definitely very interesting to see. So yeah, it's nice to see that it looks like Stray is representing that clan. Maybe we will see Stray in one of those tournaments. I know that they just had a big invitational tournament. They have a whole group stage with a big playoffs bracket. And I'm sure there will be more to come as well. As for Undertaker, of course, he is... There's no like word for somebody who was in the finals last time, right? But yeah, he was in the finals of previous Master Swan Open in Master Swan Open number 88. Back then he did lose to DizzyDwarf, but you know, he has another chance at the finals, another chance at the title of Master Swan. Ooh, the Adepts are moving in. The Queens were not enough to stop them, and the two Adepts can start dealing serious damage to the drones. 4 dead already, 5. The Adepts are shading out. Will they complete the shade? Looks like they will. They go straight into the main base. There are no units here. No Zerglings. The Queen was out of position as well. First of the Adepts is going down though. And they will be eventually cleaned up. But 8 drones going down so early in the game. When the third is not drawn up at all. The natural only just saturated. That is very painful for Undertaker, of course. It's funny how the tournament was decided to change the... Okay, so here's a bit of behind the scenes. We've actually been trying to make some, like, how do I put it? To try to make the weekly tournaments a bit more consistent. So we actually try to like cooperate with other tournament hosts to more or less have consistent like map pool, like, you know, when you choose like, oh, like on like a mod to use or something, or like, you remember if when we all switched to like PTR and stuff, we generally try to like contact other weekly organizers and, like, you know, to make it a bit more consistent, so players can know what they were playing. So we share this map pool, as this Adept is going down. We share this map pool, for example, with the Pigozar Mondays as well. I believe KSL is also using the same map pool currently, so yeah, we try to make it a bit more unified instead of just, you know, everybody picking different maps. I know that some people would prefer if it was like different maps in every tournament, but you know, it's also more difficult for players to prepare when that's the case. So we kind of went in the middle, where we have some unusual maps, but also like we try to make them consistent between tournaments. As we have some very interesting opening here, as we're going for double Stargate Tempest from Stray. Tempest is definitely not what I expected to see this early in the game. I don't think Undertaker has seen the... Yeah, he has not seen the main base, so I don't think he knows about the Stargate, but I mean, he doesn't know about the Stargates themselves. But he has seen this Void Ray, so he knows that some Stargate units are coming. He's working on roaches. He's also taking a Spire, so there should be some anti-air. And we'll see how Undertaker does with that. He has a 4th base. There are some spores, but only some, not a lot of them. And I mean, they won't really do much against the Tempest. Now Undertaker sees the Tempest with the Zerglings, as they're already moving across the map. Oh, the frames. The frames are so good. Yeah, the Tempests are moving forward. They're actually not parking on top of any like dead space. They're just going straight forward. I mean, they do outrange most of the units. Ooh, one of the Tempests didn't get caught in the recall, and it will be taken down by these Corruptors. They just popped out. So yeah, Undertaker is able to defend for the time being. Corruptors actually helping with taking down these rocks as well. And from here on out, it looks like Undertaker is going for Void Rays instead. Only one Stargate is active though, as he is also getting massive gateway explosion, focusing on gateway units. But will they be here in time? Because the army of Undertaker is moving across the map. We have a lot of roaches, we have some Zerglings going towards the top side as well. I don't believe the production tab. Oh yeah, those are Tempests. So it looks like the roaches just go straight for the natural base. They quickly destroy the adept that was in the wall and just go forward. At the same time, the Zerglings were actually able to completely destroy the base at the top side, and looks like Stray is being pulled apart a little bit. The Void Rays are coming to the main base, trying to defend from the roaches. The Corruptors are actually busy taking down the Nexus. They weren't quite able to finish it off, but they did quite a bit of damage. Roaches are splitting between the natural and the 3rd base. There are those gateway warpings of Zealots. Is there charge? Yes, charge has finished. So those are charge lots. Those are pretty good at dealing with roaches. 8 probes go down, the base went down. The natural actually was only shields, so it looks like it will be just fine. And Undertaker had time to expand while doing all of that as well. But now the Protoss army is in counterattack. This is just Zealots with the air units. Yeah, Undertaker has to evacuate the most fringe base. The roaches are here to try to deal with the Zealots, and the Corruptors are trying to fight the air army, but there's not a lot of Corruptors in this army. Like, the Voiders actually can overpower them. What are frames? Not something you will see on this server, apparently. Once again, Stray is retaking the top base. At the same time, Undertaker is working on Hydras. So it looks like he won't be relying purely on Corruptors for that anti-air defense. He can go into Lurkers after that as well. And that's definitely I wasn't drinking. Thank you for the raid, sort of. That's a big raid. Over 200 people. Welcome raiders to our amateur tournament as we have a Rush to Tempest coming from Stray against Undertaker, our Zerg player. As Stray is forced to recall because we have some Zerglings in the natural base. Only a few units being recalled though, as the rest of them are going still forward against Undertaker. Oh, shut up. I will do shutout soon. Soon. I need both hands for observing. I'm sorry. Ooh, the storms are blanketing the army, and there are a lot of Hydras in this army, so they are very vulnerable to the storm. Stray is still doing more damage. The roaches are pretty damaged from the storms. They don't go down that easily, but they are softened up enough for the stalkers to finish them off. The Corruptors are dead supply. They cannot help against this ground army. Few Hydras could get caught as they are moving away from this hatchery as well. Drones are going down. This entire base is forfeit. Oh, careful, Undertaker. You almost rallied the Hydras straight into the danger. Corruptors are trying to handle the stray Tempest, and they are able to do so. But the real danger is in the base of Undertaker as the Protoss army is moving forward. There are Chargers in the mix now, and the Roaches are completely gone. It's purely Hydra army here, which is very soft, and Stray will be taking game number 1 of this best of 5. Don't worry, Raiders, the frames are intentionally so low. Okay. Look. Look. No, but in all seriousness... Oh yeah, I can do a shoutout now. Shoutout. Sort of best. Let's see. There you go. Yeah, welcome to Master Swan Open number 89. This is a monthly amateur tournament. Hold on, I need to make the lobby. This is a monthly amateur tournament for up to 4.7k MMR, which is, you know, around Masters, like middle Masters maybe. So this is an amateur tournament that we host every month. And this is actually the first one of 2025, as we had a long break during January. And we are currently in the finals. The finals are best of 5, and you have just seen game number 1 between the two of our players. And the reason why the frames are so low is because I'm streaming from Europe and they are playing on Asia. And, you know, the Asia server doesn't always like Europeans, that happens. But it's all good. It should be fine. If the frame drops continue in game number 2, I may actually look into fixing some stuff on my end. Maybe I can do something about that, but we'll see. We'll see. I may try something. But that's after the game, because right now we have loaded into map number 2. And we are now on lane 9, where in the bottom left corner we have the pink Protoss player from China, representing Rookie Warpgate. It is Stray. And across the map we have the yellow Zerg player from Taiwan, representing, I believe, number 86. I don't know what number 86 stands for, but that is a clan. It is Undertaker. And yeah, as I was introducing Stray, I just realized that the name of the clan is Rookie Warpgate, and Stray is a gateway Protoss. Like, we saw Tempest, to be fair, we saw Tempest last game, but Stray loves his gateway units. Every game we have a lot of Zealots, we have a lot of Stalkers, we have a single support sentry. It's for emotional support mostly, but also for like actual support. Sometimes there are 2 sentries. But yeah, definitely very gateway-focused player. Adding some, you know, robo units, some Stargate units here and there, but his armies are definitely mostly gateways. Kuro, you made it sound like his army is buildings. What are you saying? Also, in case you're wondering, usually you hear Light on this channel, but specifically for amateur tournaments, I do step in to cast a bit as well, as Light is usually adminning those. He was adminning earlier today as well. He's currently taking a bit of rest before adminning again, as after this, almost right after this, I think we may have a little bit of time, but we will be adminning the Uthermal 2v2 tournament. So this is not the end of work for us today. And if you like to play 2v2s, then grab a partner and join in. It will be a lot of fun. We had a variety of players last time. We actually had, I believe last time Uthermal hosted this tournament, he had like 40 something teams, like 48 teams or so. So almost 100 players. So that was crazy. But yeah, I'm sure it will be a lot of fun once again. Meanwhile, Undertaker is poking a bit at the Protoss with the Zerglings, the slow Zerglings. The speed is not finished yet, but the wall is not completed either. Yeah, and Undertaker makes sure that the wall does stay open for the time being. But he is going straight for the main base, trying to get some probe damage done, and then he will. 4 probes already dead. This Adept also gets trapped by the Zerglings. Very nice pick of there. Also, as this is happening, Undertaker has also been able to scout the Stargate. So he is well aware of what is coming his way. The wall is still open. The Zerglings are now focusing the pylon, will be unpowering this production, and GG is called. Undertaker will be tying things up and taking game number 2. So very nicely done there by Undertaker, was able to slip by the defenses. And he is able to take this win in game number 2. Now let's get ready for game number 3. We did a break last week, so I can play. Yeah, as we know, as everybody knows, because obviously that's public knowledge, Blizzard intentionally disabled their servers last week just so we could reschedule this tournament so Captain Fish could play. That is, I'm not saying that is what happened, but clearly that is what must have happened. Clearly. Because for those who don't know, this tournament was actually supposed to happen last week. But because of the Blizzard server issues, we had to postpone it, and it just so happened that Captain Fish couldn't play last week, but he could play this week. Coincidence? Wait, what? I could play. Yeah. Anybody can play the 2v2 tournament. So if you have someone to play with, if you don't have someone to play with, I'm sure, like in the Uthermal's Discord, you can probably find a partner. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna introduce the players, and I'll get you all a link. Hold on. But first things first. We are on Amygdala for game number 3, where in the bottom left corner of Amygdala we have our pink Protoss player, representing Rookie Warpgate and China. It is Stray. And across the map in the top right corner we have the yellow Zerg player from Taiwan. I believe representing number 86. It is Undertaker. Hold on. 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 Yeah. Should probably make it a command this time. There you go. If you're in the chat, actually I'm gonna post it in the other chat too. There you go. I linked the bracket for the 2v2 tournament, so if you want to sign up there, you can see the time right on it. And yeah, I'm sure it will be once again a lot of players there, so. But as I said, if you don't have a partner to play, I assume like probably on the Uterma's Discord you would be able to find a partner. I think last time they had something like for finding partners, but I'm not exactly sure as to how it works. Yes. We have Undertaker going for the third base. I think Hachka's pool. Stray, of course, scouting what is happening. Getting his wall situated. I had school last weekend, it was horrible. Happens. Well, I can't see it coming up for Stray. I do wonder if he will still go for Stargate this game. I believe previously he opened with Stargate. But maybe more gateway focused this time. And next up we have a Robo, so I assume we will be seeing some... actually, what am I saying? As the Robo is rallied across the map, it looks like there's maybe just a warpies for harassment, for some maybe Zealot warpies, maybe just reinforcing the army as Blink is coming up first. I think that is usually the playstyle of Stray, where he starts with Blink and then proceeds to charge right after. In the meantime, Undertaker is going for roaches. This always catches me off guard. This like tentacles. What are you doing? Why are they stretching like that? They look like airforms or something. I always get startled when I pass by them on the screen. If my friend comes online, I may play it. Very stupid stuff on the 2v2 ladder. I mean, look. Sometimes stupid stuff is exactly what you need, okay? Or to quote a member of our clan, but I think he wasn't the only one who said that. If I don't know what I'm doing, then my opponent also doesn't know what I'm doing. So you know. Okay, we have some Roach Ravager coming from Undertaker. But yeah, I can definitely recommend the 2v2 tournament, and as I said, we will be there. As both me and Light will be adminning that event, together with Kerwin. Stalkers are moving into the third base of Undertaker. Fortunately, we lost the frames to the Stalkers as well. Ooh, the Warpies just barely escapes from the bias. Good on Stray to be on top of that. Some Zealot reinforcements. Charge has not been researched, so those are just regular Zealots. Stalkers are still poking around. Zerglings are trying to surround them, but there's not enough of them at this point. And actually... Okay, never mind. For a second I was like, do they not have speed? No, they have speed. Oh, but this time we have many more Zerglings here, and they're coming from behind. At least they will surround the Zealots as the Stalkers do escape with fleeing. They try to find a nice place here behind the mineral line, but that also means they are trapped here with the Roaches and the Ravagers. A lot of the Stalkers will be going down, some of them to the bodies as well. Stray trying to hide here behind the Selnaga tower, but Undertaker is keeping an eye on this. Is still chasing this army. I'm searching for a 2v2 player too, so if Rob doesn't show up, let's go. Okay, so it looks like we already have some people in the chat trying to maybe work something out. That is very cool to see. Oh, nice snipe on the tumor there. Stalkers once again from Stray, moving into the third base. And this time it looks like Undertaker will be chasing Stray all the way to his base. Ooh, the recall does not recall all of the units, so a few Stalkers will be left here. The rest of them are in the natural now. Well, the choke point is actually working against Stray here, as his own Stalkers are getting a bit trapped. The Cybercore is under attack and will be going down. Stray is replacing it immediately, but this also opens up the wall to the natural base. The gateway is also going down. The wall is slowly being destroyed. Undertaker is reinforcing this with Zerglings. Meanwhile, Stray is still waiting for the Cybercore. He's fighting with the Stalkers. The lane breaker is decent, but he eats a few of the biles. Now the Stalkers are starting to fall. The Roaches are still pushing forward. The Zerglings are coming to reinforce. More Stalkers are being walked in. But the army is pretty much destroyed, and GG is called. Undertaker will be taking this game and is currently on 2-1 score. Oh, GG. Nicely done there. One moment. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Apparently I cannot do it. Was trying to fix the thingy, but it doesn't want to work with me today, so unfortunately we will have to just suffer through the frame drops. So I apologize for that, but it doesn't look like there's much I can do at the moment. I'll probably try to figure that out for next stream, just in case. I can quickly set it up, just like Light does whenever there's an issue. Our players are ready. Let's go. I would love to see cannon drops. I mean, that is a thing. You take a War Prism and you don't even build a pylon, you just power the cannons with the War Prism. I have seen that before. Is it effective? No. Does it work? I mean, sort of. Depends on the situation. Anyway, welcome to Frostline. As we are now in game number 4, and in the top right corner of the map we have the pink Protoss player from China. Representing Rookie Warp Gate, it is Stray. And in the bottom left corner we have the yellow Zerg player from Taiwan. It is Undertaker. Going for a hatch first. Stray for now, just scouting. Sending the probe across the map. Hatch gas pool on the side of the Zerg. Nexus before core for our Protoss player. So I would love to zoom in on this thingy. What is this thingy called? Is it a sleeve? A sock? I'm sure it has some professional name, but it is for like wind measurement essentially, like visually. And I would like to zoom in on that, but I can't. So map makers, if you hear this, I want to zoom in on things. This is like a very, very niche complaint, but yes. I'm sure they will update the maps just for me. Do we need effective? I mean, look. Or do we need fun? Look, you are talking to the right or wrong person depending how you look at it, because I love crazy strategies. The weirder it is, the better, honestly. Like I'm a fan. Like, look, I'm a fan of like watching Haas. I mean, my favorite player is Hero, and Hero, he can play standard. Does he always play standard? No. So, yeah, definitely crazy builds are my flavor of StarCraft. We used to have so many crazy Xerxes. We used to have Mio Maika, Gogo Joy, Ender, the famous triangle of absolutely crazy Zerg players. And in the amateur side of things, we had Papa Panda. Papa Panda was like the Mio Maika of the amateur scene, where his builds, like, they confused the casters, not to mention the players. And they often worked. Also, just so you know, for the 2v2 tournament, it will be casted on our channel from replays later on, as obviously we will be busy adminning it, so we won't be able to cover it live. But we will be covering it from replays, so I mean, if you play in it, there is a chance that it will be casted later on our channel. As it looks like once again, Stray going for the Tempest Rush. Undertaker did see the Stargate, but only one of them, and not the Fleet Beacon. Both the Overlords have been denied. So the question is, does Undertaker expect that the God damn it, cool. Does Undertaker expect the Tempest build to come twice? What even was that? Look. Oh, it's not the Tempest build though. We're going to carries this time. Also, someone in the chat is confirming that it is a weed sock. Okay, good to know. I don't remember what the Polish name of it is. I used to know. It's been so long. Zerging is still trying to poke at the bases. Catching a few stray probes. Get it? Stray probes? Because it's Stray the player. Anyway, Undertaker now sees the carriers with his Zerglings, and what does he prepare? I mean, he saw the Stargate before. Spire is on the way. Hydra then is already finished. Hydras are already being morphed in. Is morphed in even a phrase? But Hydras are being morphed and they will soon be there. We only have 2 carriers so far, they are already moving across the map, so you know, not a lot of firepower in this. I guess firepower is not the right word, but like, it's definitely not a huge army, is what I mean to say. The big question is who is the favorite of the tournament? Ooh, the queens are actually getting trapped here with the carriers. The first of them does go down, the second one as well. But now the Hydras are here. They will be focusing the first of the carriers, but not fast enough. Despite the stutter step micro, it's just not enough to take down that carrier. Undertaker has to resort to sniping the interceptors instead. Nonetheless, seeing that there are Hydras already out, Stray decides to move back home, gather his forces, regroup, and that gives some space for Undertaker to take his 4th base. Carriers, yeah. Pearl said Tempest production does escape. Look. It's been over 4 hours. Actually, it's been over 4 hours. What the? I don't think it's been that long. I am not quite the marathon caster that Light is. I do get tired a little bit faster. The Zerglings of Undertaker are moving across the map, trying to see if there's anything to be done here, but they need the main army and they have to move back home. Storm is currently on the way. Storm will be an interesting addition to this army. I mean, we definitely have seen before some carrier Storm's shenanigans. And while we have a Link Roach Hydra army from Undertaker currently moving across the map. +1 on the ranged upgrades for the Zerg. +1 on both melee attack and the air attack for the Protoss. I guess this is not melee attack but ground attack. You get what I mean. The Hydras are trying to move forward, but the storms completely blanket the Zerg army and all the Hydras are gone. It's just the Roaches now, and Roaches don't shoot at. They're trying to do some damage in the bases instead. The Zerglings are coming into the mineral lines. 11 probes are dead, so definitely some nice damage down there. But the rest of the Protoss army should be able to clean this up. And Undertaker loses the entire army to this push. Oh, to this. In this push. There you go. The last roach is being cleaned up. More Hydras are coming out, but the Hydras alone won't be able to do much. Oh, this base is actually covered with cannons too, and they have a High Templar for security. Undertaker has to be careful about how he approaches this. He's getting a few Corruptors since the Spire has been finished. Hive is currently on the way. Do we have a Lurker then? No. Okay. Also, Captain Fish, look! 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 I'm literally pointing at the screen. Those are Tempests. I told you they were Tempests. They were later. They were a bit delayed, you know? Like, they got caught in a traffic jam over the warp gate. On the IR side of things, you know, there was a bit of a traffic jam towards the warp gate. They couldn't quite get in. But they are here. The Tempests are coming. More bases being taken for both our players. Oh, some little little Zealot harassment at the top base. Taking a Queen and a drone, I believe. Mothership currently on the way for Stray. And we do see the Lurker then for our Zerg player. So there will be a potential switch to Lurkers. You know, Corruptors for the air defense, while Hydras mostly for the ground. Mostly transformed into Lurkers. Oh, actually, all of the Hydras transform into Lurkers. Okay. I would say that this is a little bit of a risky move because I mean, this is how many? 7 Corruptors? That is not that many. I mean, to be fair, there's not that much of the air army, but I don't think 7 Corruptors quite cuts it. Guess we'll find out. I mean, the thing is, just like with Roach versus Muta, like if the ground army is able to destroy like what is on the ground first before the air army is able to deal with it, then in the end it doesn't matter if your army counters the other army. What matters is how fast you can deal damage to your opponent without, you know, losing everything yourself. We have also seen there is a Nidus. Nidus is right here, in between all of the bases. So potentially Undertaker may try to get some Niduses on the map. I don't think he has any changelings or anything on the map though. Actually, can I see this? Yeah, he doesn't have vision anywhere like close to the opponent. He may just make some you know, like escape Nidus worms like as he is attacking, or maybe just, you know, some reinforcements points like along the path. But it doesn't look like he will be sneaking into the bases anytime soon. The entire army moving towards the bottom of the map, expanding to yet more bases. It looks like Undertaker was checking if the base was taken, and just as he was, this probe is coming in, trying to take it. So both players are alerted to what is happening. Oh, but losing the Lurkers just like that as they are trying to move away. Very unfortunate for Undertaker. The Lurker who were trying to escape this army. But it looks like they will have to force it head on, and there is detection here for the Protoss. The Lurkers are being focused. The Corruptors cannot quite get to the army. That's it. It looks like... yeah, pretty much the entire ground army of the Protoss is gone. It's basically this one Archon is saved. The rest of it is the air army. Of course, we will have more Archons, we will have more High Templars back at home. But yeah, the Lurkers kind of did their job, but the Corruptors did not. Stray will try to take over the space from the Zerg. I believe this was a straight up kill, not a cancel. Now We have a lot of Corruptors and they will try to at least snipe this Mothership, I believe. Storms are zoning them out, but I mean Corruptors are quite thick units. They can take a couple of Storms. Ooh, as finally we get a Nidus in the main base. The Overlord was able to sneak in as all of this was going on. It looks like Stray is taking this very seriously, actually recalling most of the army over there. And while the Nidus Swarms will be denied, that also means that this base is in danger. In panic, he's setting up an entire set of cannons, but I don't think they will be able to finish. I say that, but those are all Corruptors. There's a single lurker there. I'll be honest, maybe he could have kept the cannons, at least some of them. Because there was literally a single lurker and just an entire Corruptor army. So it was more of like, you know, a mind game. Undertaker successfully scared Stray into not building this base. Now we have a lot of changelings coming up. Corruptors are getting on top of this army. There are some overseers there, so the cloak does not help much. But there's so much of the Protoss over here. The Corruptors are going down. So is the Nidus Swarm. And where's the army? What do we have? We have 5 lurkers. Hydras are on the way, Corruptors are on the way, but they are not here right now. More Nidus are going all around the map. Looks like Undertaker is trying to distract Stray from committing to this push. But Stray does not budge this time. He knows that he destroyed a big army just now. So I guess he doesn't expect there will be much more to back this up. He also has some reinforcements that are dealing with the Niduses. There are some gateway warpings to deal with that. The base on the bottom has been completely destroyed. Oh my god, so many changelings! Changelings for days. Oh, one of them left. Don't worry about this, those are real lots. Oh yeah, it looks like Undertaker is trying to distract Stray as he's morphing more lurkers, but they're actually not able to finish and Hydras will have to hold the fort. They are caught in a time warp, which does not help. Raptors are coming back to help out. They will be focusing on the Void Rays and are able to take them down. The Mothership is also in danger and will be destroyed. But with all that said, this is still not enough. GG is called. Stray will be tying the series 2-2. We are going to game number 5. As I just realized, I wasn't writing down the maps. Oh, okay. So we had Amygdala. And we had Frostline. Oh, Frostlina, as I just showed. Okay, and we have our final map. Maybe it's dead, okay. Who knows? He's the favorite. Ah. I mean, if he's the favorite, then I can't argue with that. It is time. Welcome to El Dorado. This is game number 5 of the finals of Master Swan Open number 89. This one single game will decide this tournament, will decide who will be victorious, who will be titled the champion of this month, and who will be second place. As in the bottom right corner of El Dorado, we have the pink Protoss player, representing Rookie Warpgate and China. It is Stray. And in the bottom left corner of El Dorado, we have the yellow Zerg player from Taiwan. It is Undertaker. I have no follow-up. I just felt like doing an epic voice, that's all. That is all. Once again, we have some macro opening from both of our players. Yeah, Nexus before Cybercore as well as Hutchgas pool. The probe, of course, circling around the base. Making sure nothing fishy is going on. Oh, I said fishy. I mean, yes, Captain Fish is not playing this game, so it's definitely not fishy. I'm glad I said that right after I read. I was like, oh, I love your cast, it's always so fun. And then like I just go for the worst jokes ever. Look, Steelmod tried to warn you that he's not the worst, you know? He's not the worst with the puns and the jokes. It's just that like I'm holding it all back. Like I'm holding back the puns, the humor. And every now and then it just slips through the cracks. And you can see just how bad it is. Look. Should cast with light more. I do cast for like Polish tournaments. I try to cast, but you know, like I have a very different dynamic to light, I would say. So it's also not that easy. As ooh, okay, hold on. Undertaker trying to be very sneaky, mining through this mineral line, but Stray was aware that that is a thing. He did check that wall, but is he prepared? He's making shield batteries right now. The Zergins are running into the main base though. The Oracle is on the way, but it won't be done for quite a while. The Adept got actually stuck between the Zerglings, couldn't even attack. The probes are going down. There's some probe drilling going on in the mineral line, trying to find the best position to save as many workers as possible. But the Zerglings are streaming in. Congratulations, GG, well played. And Undertaker will be taking game number 5 and the entire series. GG. What an explosive end to this series. Hold on, as I quickly need to make sure that our players are on Macherino. Don't forget to join Macherino. But yeah, nicely done there by Undertaker. I mean, it seems like Undertaker really has that like, you know, that like sense, that like feeling for like when to just just sneak in, you know, just when to use that aggressive strategy where like sometimes he tries to macro, but sometimes he just know when to just focus. Focus on the aggression. And yeah, he was able to take it. Very nicely played series from both players, really. I mean, it did go to game number 5. Yeah, it looks like Undertaker was not aware of the raffle. But he was also the winner of the raffle, so not only did he win the tournament, he also won the raffle, so double winner this month for Undertaker. Very nicely done from both of our players. And yeah, very nice series, a really nice way to end this tournament. Really fun games to see, and again, I feel like every, I don't want to say every tournament, but like every few tournaments at least, we get a new player in the bracket that I have not seen before, or maybe I haven't seen in a while, and they do impress me, even if they don't win the tournament or like they don't go very far, they do impress me. For today, I would say Stray has been such a player where like I'm not really familiar with them. I believe this is the first time we see them, unless they have changed their name. I will check that afterwards. But yeah, and Stray has played really well this tournament. Like obviously you can see where like there are some things that definitely would need some work, like, you know, like some maybe production cycles, like maybe like not focusing as much on the offensive. There are always things that can be fixed, but definitely very nice plays. Like I really liked some of the micro decisions of Stray, so really nicely played games. And Undertaker just really well playing Zerg, just picking very well when to be aggressive, when to be a bit more macro. Generally the aggressive games went better for him, but I mean that's just the nature of Zerg. If you can find, you know, that one spot where the defense of your opponent is lacking, it's I don't want to say that it's easy to snowball, but like if you can identify that weakness, like you just keep going for it, and very often it will work. And yeah, congratulations to both of our players. Very nice games. And if you are interested in signing up yourself, this is once again a monthly tournament, so there will be next edition in March for Master Swan Open. Before that, we will also have Ducklings Open. I believe it's currently scheduled to be in 2 weeks. I know that it was supposed to be a bit earlier, but once again, we try to avoid clashing with other tournaments. So in 2 weeks, we will have Ducklings Open. What is Ducklings Open? It's the same tournament, except it is for a 4.2k MMR and below. So it is around diamond level and below. So if you are interested in participating in that tournament, that is also available for you. Yeah, Undertaker, I believe that name may be from wrestling. That is true. I don't know if that is the inspiration for the name, as I believe that is a character name in more than one place. But I did hear that there is a person called that. Also, if you are interested in 2v2 tournament, in an hour and 20 minutes, we will be adminning the 2v2 tournament of Uderma. So again, if you are feeling like joining us for that, then feel free to sign up. Other than that, if you want to support this tournament, if you want to see more tournaments like this, then make sure to check out our Patreon. Our Patreon is how we support these tournaments. The entire support that comes from Patreon is going towards these prize pools. And currently, as you can see right below this bracket, we are at around 370 per month. Once we reach 400 per month, the Sparking to the Cup, our open weekly tournament, we'll be granting prizes to top 4 players. Currently it's top 2, but it would be top 4. After that, we're also planning to, you know, as a next goal, we will be also increasing the prize pool of these amateur tournaments of Master Swan Open and Ducklings Open. So, you know, once we reach another goal, we will be also increasing prize pool for this amateur tournament. So again, if you are interested in supporting those and you have some spare income, you know, we're not asking for like $100, but like if you have $5, if you have $1 that you just can spare every month, then check out the Patreon, because that is how you can support these tournaments. Of course, if you want to support the channel, you can also support us by either donating directly or subscribing on Twitch or becoming a member on YouTube. But you can also just support us for free just by watching. Like that is really what we ask for. If you watch our events, you can share our social media posts, as we are on various social media platforms. And you know, just sharing the word about the tournaments. Like, you don't even have to like actually repost the thing. Like, even you like, if you have like someone you are laddering with, like in 2v2s, and be like, hey, did you know there's this amateur tournaments that you could play in? Or like, did you know there's this open tournament you could play in? Like, that is also helping us, you know, to let more people know about what we're doing, to support what we're doing. So we definitely appreciate to everyone who is able to do so. And speaking of socials, of course, if you want to follow us, we are on various socials. We are on Twitter/X. We are on Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky. We have our own Discord. The Discord is the center of our activity. That is where we post all the updates about what we are up to. That is also where we coordinate our tournaments. This is where we post updates about our tournaments. So if you want to be up to date on everything that's happening in CranKy Ducklings, then make sure to check it out. I just realized I didn't update the bracket on the screen. That's fine. Undertaker won. It's okay. But yeah, so if you want to stay up to date, then make sure to join the Discord. Other than that, I have been Kuro, also known as 16 Squad Sanseki. Usually, you can find me behind the scenes working on stuff related to CranKy Ducklings. I am usually the one making the calendars. I am usually the one making the brackets. A lot of social media posts, like templates for them as well, like overlays for streams. That's usually mostly my part of the CranKy Ducklings. So if you enjoy any of this, then I very much appreciate that it's helpful to somebody. Other than that, I do cast the amateur tournaments on CranKy Ducklings. Usually you can see Light VIP here. Are the gifted 6? Yes, thank you, Captain Fish, for gifting all the subs today. I know I have missed a few, but thank you very much for the gifted subs. Of course, we're not asking for more subs, but you know, if you want to, the option is there. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. It was a very fun tournament. As it usually is. I have noticed, like, lately, I say lately, but I feel like for the past few months I've been really enjoying this amateur tournaments, even though, like, again, I'm not the, like, I'm a different type of caster, I would say, but like, these games just have been very fun, very interesting to watch. A lot of, like, really interesting players are signing up, and yeah, it's just nice to keep up to date with this amateur scene. It's a bit unfortunate that I don't think we have a lot of European amateur tournaments at this moment, like, because as you can see, like, our tournaments are like a mix of like Asia and Europe for the most part, Asia, Oceania. I think from the European amateur tournaments, I think there's PassionCraft, but PassionCraft has slightly higher MMR limit, I believe. I'm not sure if there are other European amateur tournaments at the moment. I think there are some, but like not like on like very regular basis. I think there are some. I think there are like Baltar Cups, I believe, or something. Like there are a few, but like anyway, there are those. Also, if you are in more NA friendly time zone, there's also Magikarp Masters Biweekly, which is also around the Master Swan Open level. I believe they are still. I believe they are up to 4.9k MMR, so if you want to check that out and play in that, there's also an option. And yes, tune into podcast every Thursday. That is true. We are trying to promote the podcast. As for those who don't know, we have our weekly podcast every Thursday. We also update the VOD on YouTube, so you can also watch it later if you miss it, so don't worry, you don't have to be there live. But every week we go over all the results from the week as well as the news. So we go over like, you know, like the interviews that have been uploaded, like the GLHF series have been uploading like documentary style interviews, and we always try to go over that. We try to like go over like roster changes, like, you know, fair news, like new tournaments being announced and stuff like that. But we also go over like all the like results that have been happening, like, you know, either the show matches or the weekly tournaments. We have a lot of weekly tournaments currently, so if you are interested, like, we know that there's so much StarCraft that it's hard to keep up with all of it, so we try to kind of like, you know, merge it together, try to gather it all, so to make it a bit easier to digest, to make it easier to keep up with what has been happening. So definitely do check it out, as the podcast is here to stay for the time being. Also, thank you, Captain Fish, for giving a sub to Frozen Shade too. Very nice. Oh, as a reminder, all subs from Twitch, as well as the members from YouTube, as well as $5 and more supporters on Patreon, have access to replays. We do share replay packs. If you are on Patreon, you can see the replay packs directly on Patreon. If you are subscribing via Twitch or YouTube, make sure to join the Discord, because unfortunately we don't have any other way to really message people. I think on YouTube maybe we could, but it's like, it's complicated. So the easiest way to do so is to just join our Discord. We just post all the replay packs in our Discord channel for the subscribers, and you can just get an easy access to it there. You ever host any tournaments on NA? As I mentioned before, I don't know if the delay has caught up. Magikarp Masters Weekly or Biweekly is more NA friendly. So if you are looking for NA time zone tournaments, you can check that out. Papa Panda is involved in that, by the way. I have mentioned Papa Panda today. He went from a crazy Zerg player to an admin of amateur tournament himself, which is very nice. Anyway, I believe that is all for today. We currently still have a bit over an hour until the 2v2 tournament, so I will be finding someone to raid. So, without further ado, yeah, we will see you guys later. The next stream, of course, oh yeah, something I should mention. Hold on. Where's my content box? Schedule. There you are. Yeah, our next stream will be Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup, so our weekly open tournament, will be happening tomorrow around the same time as Master Swan Open. So 4 hours 50 minutes ago. Yes, that's the start time. So yeah, if you are interested in open tournament for all players, we sometimes have players like Zam. We always have a lot of Polish players like Christiane, like Geralt. We often have Nikorakt, we have Nikic. Who do we have playing? We had not have Ryang yet. Ryang has not played yet. He played in the other tournament, but not in this one. We used to have Byan a few times, but it's been a while. But yeah, anyway, like, if you are interested in more open tournaments in the StarCraft tournament, of course you can also sign up as well. Sparkling Tuna Cup has absolutely no limits in terms of level or region. So if you want to sign up for Sparkling Tuna Cup, feel free to do so. Just keep in mind that there will be a lot of really good players there. So, you know, the first round may be a bit rough, but still, yeah. I think that is all. So, for now, that will be all. We will find some channel to raid, and we will see you again for Sparkling Tuna Cup, as Light will be commentating that tomorrow. Oh, I think I know who we're gonna raid. We will raid the BGE people. For those who don't know, Belongen Star Zagora, they have been doing a circuit for the Balkan players specifically. And it looks like they are casting that, so I think we will be raiding them. So yeah, with that, that will be all. Bye!